Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 12th, 2024. Happy Mother's Day. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every other participant here who has a microphone and like to contribute to the program. Feel free to step in and help me out. We didn't play a video because I didn't pull one up. I was busy doing other things in the background, but that's okay. We've already started about 15-20 minutes late, so we're going to be going right into it today. Obviously covering more of the 537th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I know Mr. Keshe said maybe around 1,000 he'll stop teaching. So we have a number of years yet to go. But things are moving in a very, very positive way. And one of the things that I wanted to share today was the we brought this article up last week, and China's natural gas imports soar. And apparently in the last 4 months, they've jumped about 21%. And they're importing from Russia, I think is the largest one, and some other countries in that area. But they said the total amount that China has spent in the last 4 months for importing, I think it's right here, the total value of gas that China has purchased during the first 4 months of the year stood at over $21 billion. So this is a huge amount. Multiply that by 3, and you have the 12-month period. And if it stays the same, that would be close to $65 billion in gas. Well, Mr. Keshe just put something in their hand in Sanya. He demonstrated the gas, the methane gas being created out of the fields. They tested it. They're baffled by it. But Mr. Keshe gave them a beautiful gift. And when he gives gifts, wow, does he give gifts? They can offset their gas purchases again by 50, 60, 100 billion. If they scale it up, this could be in the hundreds of billions of dollars, because we know they're using a lot of coal and a lot of oil as well. But he's certainly given them a beautiful gift to be able to offset their gas purchases. And again, the gas that was created is not so much for burning, at least that was Mr. Keshe's intention, but it's actually a space fuel. A C-14, as Ed was describing earlier, when Mr. Keshe put the CH-4 up on the board in Sanya, he wrote a C, and then he wrote 4 H's. The 2 of the H's become deuterium, and the other 2, 1 and 1, added to the carbon-12 become carbon-14. So I think we can see we know that carbon-14 is a line of communication and transportation across the universe. So he's not only given them the way to fuel part of their country, but he's also given them some space fuel. Not so much probably for a craft, but using it yourself in your own type of transmutation, perhaps. I know he had that system going in the flight room. So this is when he gives a gift, does he give a gift? And I mean, this is huge and it's in their hands. Now, whether they understand it and can make it, don't know. But they've definitely confirmed its presence, its existence, and its capabilities with sniffers and other systems they used, I think, to analyze it. I wasn't in any private meetings, but not too many people give a gift that's worth billions or hundreds of billions of dollars. And of course, hopefully China picks up this beautiful flower that Mr. Keshe has given them and make an announcement that they can create their own CH4 gas. They probably are still looking into it, wondering what the ramifications are if they were to go fully on a system like this. Could the Keshe Foundation block them, or would they make a wrong move or something like that? But what a gift to be put in the hands of one of the largest governments in the world. So they can certainly cut down 60, $100 billion just using a percentage of this to supplement their energy needs. But again, of course, it's, as Mr. Keshe said, it wasn't really for burning, even though it will burn. It's for a space fuel. So I just thought I'd share that. And of course, what we heard in the 537 about cancer trials, they're coming up. And he went through that, and we're going to go through some of this today, which again is a huge gift, not only to the governments and the insurance companies in so many ways, but it's a gift to mankind that we can understand this creation of emotional cancers, evolutionary cancers, and accidental cancers. And by using cosmic rays, which we really don't understand all that much about, we don't understand the truth about the conversion of matters and energies and field cosmic rays, as he said in the workshop, magnetic field rays, and so on and so forth. But this is the point I think we're getting to. The cosmic rays are probably, as he said in the 262 workshop, half of the equation, which we completely missed. So when we learn how to work with more of the cosmic rays and the rest of it, I think we'll have more success building units that will do what they're purportedly what we're looking to do. But this is a whole new subject of working with cosmic rays, picking the right rays, and the rest of it. But before we go into the workshop, we always start out with the World Peace Treaty. And the World Peace Treaty is a simple document that world leaders will sign, religious world leaders will sign when they're ready to pledge their nation to peace in exchange for advanced space technology. But of course, the peace starts within each one of us and then expands out into your family, into your neighborhood, and then across the planet, then across the universe. But it's for us to find peace within ourselves and understanding. I think more and more of this knowledge will bring that peaceful condition, not worrying you're going to heaven or hell or and all the other fallacies that have been created to cash out the man's pocket and soul. So this is a very simple document, but quite profound. And the one the world leaders will sign and the religious world leaders will sign, and it's open for everyone if it's your wish to see peace. We'll cover a little bit more of that in creating a peace dome on this planet, which we're all involved in. You can find this document on the Keshe Foundation website, download it, print it out, hand it out, sign it, or sign it just with the pen of your soul. As we know, when we go into space, we'll never see anything written, but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. And at this point in time, in the saber rattling that's going on, it seems to be reaching a crescendo. And hopefully things can be settled down in a way, or technology can be used to not let this agenda go forward. As Mr. Keshe has indicated, we can create a field that the rockets never get off the ground, or perhaps neutralize them where they just come down with a thud. But nobody wants to contaminate their country. Gaza, Israel, Ukraine, United States, New York, the rest of it, Europe, with all this radioactive material that has to be cleaned up. And of course, if that does happen, the Keshe Foundation does have the technology to clean up a disaster like this, but it would be quite a devastation for all of us as we understand it. So world peace is basically on most people's agenda right now. They don't know what next week will bring. And we're encouraging everybody to move in the direction of peace. We've had enough wars in the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars on this planet, and we can see them continuing today in Ukraine and Gaza and Syria. Many, probably little skirmishes in Africa that we don't hear about, or other nations. So there's many things going on, and we're promoting peace. And this has been our impetus in a way to bring the planet into a permanent peaceful condition that we can move to the next step, which is our interactions with the universal community, and be allowed to travel the universe as a very peaceful being. And this is part of the whole process. So if anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty, step right up. Otherwise, I will read it. Okay, the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, again, position on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. You don't have to have it notarized, but have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And again, it's between you and your soul, no one else. And you can't force anyone to sign this. They have to come in a way willingly. Yes, you could bribe them or something else, but would that have any meaning? Mr. Keshe is saying, pledge your nation to peace in exchange for advanced space technology. And he certainly is demonstrating this technology. As we've heard, the wellness centers are expanding, the vertical units are coming into play. We've talked briefly about the creation of CH4. We have transmutation systems, transportation systems that are about to come in, feeding remotely. So many of these technologies have been shown on a small scale. Of course, Gaza feeding 80,000 people a day is not a small scale. In addition to feeding them, there was water, medicine, antibiotics, and emotional balancing, all delivered remotely through the fields, through the cosmic rays, I would say. And this is what the Ubisos contains, I think, in the cosmic ray bundles. This is what makes them so powerful to be able to interact. But the cosmic rays, again, is something we're sort of just breaking the ice on, more or less. I haven't heard too many knowledge seekers talking about picking a certain ray or using a certain ray to connect or to enhance their work. So this is a whole new subject that we're going to be getting into with the cosmic rays. And I think this has probably been the sticking point of why when I make something, I only get 20 or 30% reduction in energy. When you make something at the Keshe Foundation or their team, they get a 95% reduction in energy consumption. And again, energy in the matter state is really the crumbs of the matter, but because we're so physical, we think it's highly important for us. And it's all important, but as he said, it's the crumbs of the matter. Okay, so let's go to the store and see what's new in the Keshe Foundation store. This is our store, which you'll find on the web. And there's many different products. Of course, these products are going to be increased in the next weeks and months. I know there's a store starting in Austria, or maybe it's 5 of them. I know he talked about 5 locations. So I think Mario is going to be setting up a store and having a teaching seminar within the store. So this is a beautiful opportunity for people to pick up many items. But this store is going to be increasing to many different products. We see the cosmic ray material here, which is just going out now. And of course, we have to be taught how to use this, but I don't think anyone has captured in this sort of form and converted it into something you can put in a tube as a cosmic ray. This has never been done before. And this is a product that Mr. Keshe said will fluctuate in value. Actually, it will increase in value, but we still don't know how to use it. It's nothing you take out of a tube. They're actually looking for a very strong tube at this point, and to keep it within this some sort of sealed cap that can't be really tampered with, or this glass container can't be broken. So this is heading towards the new understanding of using cosmic rays. I don't know exactly what's in there, but this is the first revelation or offer from the Keshe Foundation of bringing cosmic rays into the matter state, so to speak, and making them available. And of course, in the workshop, as he said, we're constantly interacting with cosmic rays in the body of the man. He talked about these tanks and where they go underground and capture these lights, but every cell in your body is a tank. Your liver, every cell, the different organs are all interacting at certain points in times with different cosmic rays. And as he said, they're just, in a way, they're heading toward a point of destination. They happen to cross your path, interact with you. They give up some of your energies. I can give you this, and then they move on. So there's a lot of understanding in the cosmic ray material, but we really wanted to, in a way, stress or emphasize what we call the transmutation preparation sessions. The next one will be this coming Friday. And if I can just click on this so it goes somewhere. And again, these are the 3rd Friday of every month. This has been offered in with 6 sessions from January to June. We're in the 5th session this month, and Mr. Keshe has made some comments on that, and perhaps we will go there in just a few minutes or so to hear what he said more, or hear some reports from people who have been in this session. And again, it's something you would connect with on your phone through Zoom. You would wear 1 set of headphones, 2 sets of headphones, 3 sets of headphones, ear pods, actually, in a way, not wireless, but wired, and they go on different parts of the body, and they seem to perform different functions or different interactions with the system that's in LINS. And again, we are basically helping to develop the system so that it can reach many more people. And the system is kind of taking in a lot of this information. They're running tests in the background, and he doesn't explain exactly what he's doing with who or what or the type of feedback, but it all seems to be positive. So you can keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity by participating in these sessions. And of course, you may get a small gift. Mr. Keshe does like giving gifts. I don't know if you'll get $1 billion gift, but you may get something that's worth to you more than $1 billion, perhaps. So let's go, if we can, to the break, and we'll hear a little bit more about again, I've got to find this among my certain things here. And what we'll do is we're going to look at the transcript. So he's going to describe what's going to happen in the May and June sessions in these things. And then perhaps we'll go a little bit farther and hear someone, I think from Germany, who's reported some of their findings and what they've experienced by participating in these sessions. Sometimes the sessions last for 4 hours, sometimes they can last for 8 hours. And it's mostly, there's no talking. You're just listening and interacting with the system in Europe. And there's actually two systems, as I understand it, one for physicality and one for emotional balancing. So there's a lot of testing, but we're keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And I think that's the video we'll close on today. But he's asking us to participate and not tie the hands of the foundation, that they have to go out, look for billions of dollars to pay scientists to find out. The team is finding out, and the systems are being improved and perfected, and you can be part of that process. And as I said, you may receive a small gift. Not something that will be sent to your house, but something that you receive on the plasmatic level, perhaps. So let's see if we can go to this part. We're at 114. This is after the break of the teaching. Usually the Knowledge Seekers Workshop is broken into two halves. One is the teaching and the other is the question and answer. But before the question and answer started, sometimes Mr. Keshe likes to make a few announcements.
Okay, back again at the 537th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, May 9th, 2024. And because it's the second half, as I mentioned, we're able to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. And we already have a knowledge seeker with a hand up here, but perhaps you have something you'd like to say first, Mr. Keshe, as per usual.
Yes, thank you very much. As we are getting ready for what we call test for transmutation next Friday, those of you who are participating in this and you've been with us, try to get yourself ready to understand about your emotions. Try to understand what really you expect from transmutation. Try to analyze what you came here for and what is your purpose. Because for the first time in next session, you sit in the seat of command from first second. We create the environments for you to achieve. And whatever you go, wherever you go or you don't go, whatever you do or you don't do, is totally clarity with your own soul, with your own emotion. And for the first time, we have nothing to do with it. We're just the operator of the flight system, and you're the individual passengers. You want to sit on your head on your chair, you want to put your seatbelt on, you want to run up and down the corridor of the flight of the life. It all depends on you. And nothing of it is coincidental. And whatever you go through, whatever you might see, whatever you might feel, is what your soul, in interaction with soul of physicality, has decided may be unknown to you. And if you have created a direct, what we call clarity of the connection between the two, you can predetermine where you want to go, what you want to do, how you want to manifest. And for the first time, we give you a free ride from the first second. But you will feel this time is totally different than other times. Because this time, we immerse you in cosmic rays, which means you're already preset. It's for you to decide. So you need, or you have a week or so to determine, those of you who join for this adventure for 6 weeks, 6 months, how are you going to do it? And then a couple of you the following month, which have managed to reach the more closer point, will take that flight of fancy. And it's for you to let us know, or don't let us know what you did, how you did, you manifested, in case your wife or your friend across the road and they felt the cheek, you left a rose on their bedside, they found the rose, they don't know where it came from, and come back. But you have to bring that rose, not necessarily in a physical condition, but to be able to manifest it at the point, the time, and the place. So next Friday session is the flight of fancy. It's a flight you fancy where to go, and it's your soul is ready. You've been trained for it in past months, and I hope we'll see many of you enjoying this trip. But in a way, we have kept the rope to your toe that you can't go very far, so we cannot lose you. We know how to do it, and you will understand soon how it works. But this is the first time you get that chance to understand it's you who's doing it, it's not a dream. It's a reality which you have to face with and you will face with. And if you go somewhere, you see something, bring it back and see if you still got it. If you don't, it means you haven't learned the condition of the transmutation, transfer of the energies of the cosmic rays to matter state, and that needs practice. So enjoy yourself next week, but start getting ready for it. It's like, you know, you have a flight next time, and you start putting things aside that you have to go in the suitcase. This
E
goes
quindi
in the same
cominciate a
suitcase of your
prepararvi su
soul.
questo.
As usual, in this process, we come to understand the whole concept of transmutation. Another announcement which we have, as I said during the teaching, the Keshe Foundation Wellness Centers are set to interact for trials by themselves for new conditions. And there we choose 20 cases of each, and we start from this week. They would like to test on, or what we call, see how your wellness changes in respect to conditions which previously we did not attempt to support them. Now we can support them with. And these will cover many, many aspects of the new development in technology.
Okay, maybe somebody'd like to put that connection in the chat, office@de.kfwellness.center to contact the doctors if you'd like to get into one of these trials. And it does seem like he mentioned breast, liver, and lung. So these are the trials. I know they've been conducting some trials in the past with the Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and fibromyalgia. We haven't heard much about those, whether they've been completed or they're still ongoing. But this is, again, to help develop the system. And this is the first time we heard him, I think, mention that we're going to take an approach towards this condition. Now, back to the flight, if we go to, I think it's 2 hours and 18 minutes, we can hear one of the reports from somebody who was in there. I think it's Renate from Germany. I know Rick said he had to translate it. We're going to go to around 2:17. And here it is. Hello, Mr. Keshe, one day after the session. Okay. So I'm going to move up the audio to approximately that point. I may not get it exactly again because it's in between minutes here. So I'm not sure if it's 17:10 or exactly what it is, but we'll catch up to it. Let's see where 17 is. or 16. Okay, I actually need to back it up in maybe 16. All right, we'll just read from here. And this is an experience someone had after they've been in the flight session. I think it was a day later, as he has said. Okay. But these are some of the little gifts, again, that you might receive by participating in this process. And again, it's understanding our own structure. He indicated we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And again, that doesn't matter if it's a stone or a piece of metal or you. There's a lot to understand here and how this is all being opened up for us to understand more. Again, I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but let's go with it.
Iran military and government.
Okay, right here.
Since the approval for the conference in Iran, and we announced it for you not to be there. And it was one of the most beautiful cities of culture in the world.
He's talking about the Iranian conference coming up.
Conference. Give yourself a week at least to spend in Isfahan to see, to enjoy the Iranian hospitality and one of the ancient cities in Europe. But what you have to do, how it came about, why we announced it for the first time to be in Isfahan is the center of the knowledge of Iran nuclear plasma and space technology. And he has to stand on his own, and we put it out. And we seen Iran government has followed. I explained to you before, we sit in a very peculiar position with the Iranian government. A lot of things we advise, we put out is followed by, and we see it being implemented. And this is probably one of them.
And again, here he was talking about the next Space Traveler Plasma Conference in a way that will happen in Iran, hopefully by the end of this year, maybe next year. They're still in negotiations with the Iranian government. You won't find this on the Keshe Foundation store. You'll have to contact the Keshe Foundation directly to find out more about it. But we understand it's a two-set conference, meaning Iran and Washington, and the cost of the entry fee is 25,000 euro. And that does not include your travel, your hotel, or your food expenses for that period of time. But we'll have to see what comes out. Now, as I said, this person, I think this is the question, but about the experience they had after they were in the flight system.
Any other question?
Yes, indeed, from Renate in German. I've translated it to, hello, Mr. Keshe. One day after the session, I had an experience that I had never had before. I was at home and at the same time with my mother. She died a long time ago. Until then, I had only had this experience separately, but now, as if two rooms had become one room. It was wonderful. Can you please say something about that? Thank you very much.
This we hear from a number of knowledge seekers who've been with us in past sessions. You're not the first one. It's when you accept an existence of the two together. This is what I tell you. Your physicality is here and the soul somewhere else. And then, for example, you're crossing the street and car coming, suddenly your body gets pulled back, the soul pull you back, the energy has, because it still doesn't want the physicality to be damaged. Now you learned this in a normal life. You don't go crazy, it's just that you see the operation of the soul and physicality in their own dimensions. And this is, it will become normality. Because soul is the guest with mother, but physicality is cooking in the kitchen. Mom, I'm physically cooking. Can you come here? We stay together. I can talk to you. And this is how it should be. We don't need to dream, call it a dream. It's a reality that but we have to be fully aware of it. We don't mix it up. You're not the first one who has gone through this experience. You have managed to open up the, what do you call, the dimension of fields which connects to your energy center. You call it the soul. So you didn't need to go to sleep, to dream, to deal with mom. That barrier is broken, so it's there with you at the same time. This is happening to a number of knowledge seekers who've been through this process, and they've come to understand the distinction between the two and how it is and what it is. And somebody said to me, I'm learning, because when I don't know something, I ask, and I just told do it this way and that way, and you do it and it's correct. So I'm living one life. We denied it. Now we have access to confirm it. But you have to be very careful that they don't tell you you're going crazy. It's just for you to understand you have the capability to live or to confirm the existence of life in both dimensions. Any other question?
So again, yes, very, very nice confirmation that we can live in both dimensions, and we're already doing it. It's just we've called it a daydream or something else. And even a child in school, as Mr. Keshe has explained, he's listening to the teacher, but the room to the classroom is wide open. The window, let's say, the classroom is wide open, and he hears another group of children playing out in the ball yard, and he wants to be there. So in a way, he's not that interested in what the teacher is, and maybe he played ball the day before or 2 days before, and he made a kick, and he's going back into that game on the energy level. This is not strange at all. Children do it all the time, and we do it all the time as well. But we called it a daydream, or when we go to sleep, we called it a dream. It's actually the work of the soul, and starting to confirm to all of us that we can actually exist in both dimensions simultaneously. So the child is in the classroom with his physicality, but on the energy level, he's out in the yard playing ball with the other children. And so this is very interesting. And again, he said you have to be careful who you tell this to, because they may think you're crazy. But again, this happens when we dream, but now we're understanding this is the new space travel. More and more, you can't take physical craft or all the food you need, the doctors you need, the waters you need, and go on a 1,000-year trip across the universe. It won't work. You have to travel in that dimension of energy. I mean, maybe it will work, but there's a lot of precarious situations that you're going to run into, and maybe even lose your own life. As he said, with the ones in the UFOs, it's taken them quite a bit of time and quite a bit of loss of life to develop the systems they're in today, and they're still not foolproof. As we see, a number of them have landed here by accident or getting entangled in the wrong energy somehow, and they have a failure. But on the soul level, I think the chance of failure is very, very small. And again, we're doing it all the time. So now let's really understand it much deeper. And I think it has a lot to do with these cosmic rays, perhaps. Now, let's see if I wanted to move it up a little bit, about 220. Okay. So let me just continue this on. And this is another thing that he said. Someone mentioned that they had a dream and that they were under the covers or something, and they saw a light, and it was from them. And they were able to walk to the bathroom with this light shining in front of them in a way. And this seems just totally impossibility unless you have a flashlight. But Mr. Keshe said that only the person that's generating the light would see the light. He said you can't use it as a flashlight to kind of guide others. But these are some of the things that is happening within our own universe. As he said, the body of the man is just another universe. as we understand it, the man exists and operates within the universe, and the universe operates and exists within the man. So let's go to 220 if we can. Let's see where we are. Yeah, okay. So we're just going to continue this, and then we'll go back to the teaching.
Okay, I know it's getting close to the time for you to have to leave here, but we've got a question in French from Jean-Marc in the Q&A, and I've translated that to, hello, Mr. Keshe, and thank you for bringing peace on earth. This is what is happening to me. I have flashes of light coming out of each of my eyes, and which forms a half circle of light to the right and left. I've already lived since years of light coming out of my body at night to completely illuminate my room, and this light accompanies me to the toilet without turning on the light. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for your explanation.
I don't understand.
Well, it's not really a question, it's just a comment that they have these this light that illuminates their surroundings. And
interesting, on Wednesday, we heard Stefania, one of the Mojans, say that she has again, in one of the sessions, she saw light coming out of her hands or out of her fingers. And now on Wednesday, before this teaching, she expressed the same thing. She said she's seen light coming out of her toes and out of her hands or fingers, something along this line. I don't quite understand it, but here is the explanation of it from Mr. Keshe. And this is before this workshop actually happened. So there's something going on. As Alex likes to say, there's something in the air, perhaps, or in the fields.
Such that they don't have to turn the light on for the toilet, and they're just thinking.
This will be a natural way. I understand. This is a very natural way. People who can expand their energy fields will have that. It's something we used to do hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's nothing abnormal. So it's you having control in transferring energy of or increasing the energy of the environment, or because of you, what we call, have reduced the interference of the blood circulation fields with the body of the man, allows the internal energy to interact with the field of the cosmos or the environment and creates light outside of your body, or in a way for you physically to see, in a way, in the dark. These things will become very normal for a lot of knowledge. So, as I said before, a number of knowledge seekers have achieved that. The first time they get shocked, actually. They weren't, one of them was saying, I went even hid under the blanket, but it was still light under the blanket. And then I had to realize what's going on. So don't be, this is the knowledge you're learning about yourself, which has been there and we denied. Now you see the beauty of it. Gradually, knowledge seekers one by one come out to see how they experience. It's like the way when we taught you how to make ganses. You came back, oh, said I made gans, it does this, I made the gans was this color. Now you have learned to interact the fields of your own with your environment and with the cosmos. Like what we heard before. You're losing that fear of shyness, and maybe I was, what do you call this, mistaken or whatever way, and then you start explaining more and more of you will experience. There's nothing strange. You can do that. It's interaction of the fields of your body with its environment, which the same as daylight creates a light. And depends on how your emotion is, you can have different color lights. You're not the first ones. You start seeing a lot of people telling us these kind of things in this normality because you're learning. And many of you who've been in touch with cancers, you have developed this gradually out. and you will interact. It's a very, very interesting thing. I'm sure very soon, the way I explained, I can hold the CO2 in my hand, and I can feel it and taste it. So if you very soon will tell us you hold an orange or an apple in your hand and you taste it, you feel it, and you put the orange back, you received everything you want from it. So we are in that way. We hear things and we know what the next steps could be. So don't be scared. It's part of the process of you with yourself and your environment. Nobody does magic. It's just you that you are, but you got to learn. I can walk, but other people won't see the light. It's you, because of the strength of your vision, you see it. You can't become a torch for the others to follow. Maybe you can in the future, but at this moment, you have to understand how to.
So these are some of the things you might experience by participating in the transmutation preparation sessions. But this fellow said it's happened to him for years, so maybe he's already fully developed or has started to develop this and just wanted a confirmation from Mr. Keshe. He said, we used to do this hundreds of thousands of years ago. We did a lot of things hundreds of thousands of years ago that we can't imagine that we did, like grow limbs, like zero-time communication with the others in a way, just on the plasmatic level. And many other things probably that haven't even been exposed. But as I said earlier, what that statement that he made, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And as we know, we're all full of huge amounts of plasmatic energy. Let's say it's not it's not AC where you can shock somebody with it, but it's energies more or less in the plasmatic level. So this is what's happening to some people in these, and there's probably a lot more. I don't think he shared a lot of the reports they're getting directly from knowledge seekers or others who participate in these sessions. I haven't had anything like this happen to me, but it's quite interesting where you could walk anywhere and be able to guide yourself without using the night vision or anything like that. But as he said, only you will see the light because you're at that strength to see it. And it's not something, maybe in the future, as he indicated, you'll be able to guide others with that same light. So let's go back to the, any questions? Anybody want to bring anything up at this point? We did see a big flurry of cosmic rays, I guess you would call them, or somebody said it was a proton storm. And we have a couple of pictures we can show that were taken by knowledge seekers and others. And we were hoping the grid wasn't going to go down. And it seems to, everything is held up quite nicely. And this is a picture, I think, from a Randy. Anything you'd like to share about that, Randy?
That was taken about midnight on May the 11th. That was in the front yard. And I sent you another picture that was in the backyard. Amazed me was how different the colors were. No, that's, yeah, that one. And these were taken probably maybe a minute and a half apart. There's a deck around the house. I just put my camera onto a tripod and it was very steady, and then set it up for night shot and took the pictures. So, and the colors that I seen, the camera picked up different colors than the eye did, that's for sure. So that's, I think that's another mystery of these aurora borealis lights.
And again, just the interaction of rays with the fields of the planet. As I understand it, I don't know a lot about it. Can anyone explain what a proton storm is? I know, Alex, you like to talk about protons and electrons, and the proton being so much larger, maybe by 1,800 times than the electron. But again, it's a beautiful phenomena to observe, and we can really see the fields or the energies in the matter state or the interaction of the two fields, creating some of this beautiful phenomena that we've seen. I went out into the backyard, but it was overcast. Randy, it doesn't work, right, when it's overcast, or was your sky overcast as well?
No, you won't see it if it's overcast. The clouds are on the
Right,
road.
right. That's what
Has
I
to be
was
a clear
experiencing.
sky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had overcast on Friday. I was trying to take some pictures, so. And again, this one is a pink, and the other one was a greenish one, I think. That's interesting. Obviously, different energies interacting with the energies of this planet in a way, I would assume. I don't know much about it, but it is a beautiful phenomena to see, and certainly explains to us of how many energies are actually moving across the universe at all times. And that's one of the reasons that the travel in the matter state craft, like a UFO, is kind of dangerous in so many ways, where the new space travel is the soul and the energies of the soul. And I think this has been confirmed years ago by Ben Rich when he gave a lecture and he said we have the ability to take ET home. He worked at Skunk Works, was the director. I think he was there 40 years. And he said, if you understand how ESP works, of course, that's what they were using at the time. This is probably in the 1990s. You understand what I'm saying, he said. So this is the new interaction. It's just too many energies in the universe that are too powerful that'll overwhelm any sort of matter state. Yeah, shielding can be developed, but even in that case, it appears that there's much loss of life in developing these systems. And maybe as we start interacting with the universal community, they will explain maybe some of their more advanced craft, but still in the matter state, but how they create the shielding and the protection for these crafts to travel across the universe or from universe to universe. But again, it's a slow process compared to moving instantaneously with the magnetic fields of the creator. And there's nothing faster than that. And it offers a lot of protection, as I think. This is my understanding about it. Anyone want to make any comments? Any other comments? I think this one was the one from Christian, who shared this with us and said we could share it. This was over the house. Beautiful interactions of fields. Where the colors come from, I'm not sure, but obviously we've seen greens, we've seen yellows, we've seen pinks. And again, it's just probably different field strengths. I'm not really familiar, but always that aurora borealis was a mystery to many, and now, of course, it's getting explained more and more, even by the conventional scientists, of what's happening here. So the interaction of fields is going on in the universe all the time, but some of them are quite powerful, and they will dissolve you, your spacesuit, your craft, and the rest of it, and there won't be anything left. So we need to understand the safer way, but also we can develop the craft for those who prefer not to travel on the soul level. We know airplanes are quite safe as compared to cars, but they still have their now and again problems, as we see landing gears not coming down or collapsing or cargo doors opening or whatever else happens. So you can just extend that into space with a lot more issues, let's say, or energies that we may come across. So the new way is the soul travel. And it's the same as the dream. How many of you have woken up from a dream and said how real it is? Because it is real. It's the work of the soul, and your energies are interacting with other energies. And they told us to call it a dream, but it's actually your energies interacting with other energies. Sometimes they're mixed up and convoluted, but sometimes they're quite clear as well. I don't know all the answers, but this is where we're being encouraged to understand more about these cosmic rays and fields and understand how they interact and how to pick the right ones. And this has been, I think, a mystery. And this is one of the reasons our systems don't work as well as the systems the Keshe Foundation makes, because they're employing these hidden technologies or technologies we don't quite understand yet, or we're not ready for. Let's go back to the beginning of the workshop. I think we're going to start around 21 minutes. Let's just back it up a hair here. Yeah, I can't always find, I can't seem to always get the right spot. We'll just have to start here close enough. Okay, and then we're going to adjust our beautiful transcript that we're so happy to have in our hands within 24, 48 hours of the workshop. And this has been, so we want to thank the AI and those who are applying this, that we can all enjoy and in a way take apart a bit of this workshop and understand it a lot deeper than having to create a transcript weeks after the Knowledge Seekers workshop happens. So we've been blessed by a few of the knowledge seekers being able to put this together and transcribing it. But let's go again to this, what Mr. Keshe called a supernova, when your soul is released from the physicality. And it doesn't matter if you're a dog or a cat or a tree or a stone, he said. So we're doing a lot of releasing of souls on this planet, creating a lot of supernovas, I would think, on this planet. We don't see them, we don't feel them, but there's huge amounts of energy being pushed in a way. And maybe we don't want to release a soul before its time is right to be released. I know we talked about that with the fish. You catch a beautiful fish and yeah, you created a supernova, you bring him on the land, he stops breathing, you cut the head off and the rest of that. But that fish didn't want to be taken out of its structure. And one of the side events that happens is that if that fish feels fear and anger because of you interfering in the work of its soul, you may, by eating it, absorb a small amount of that fear and anger from that fish. So it's, and could that happen when we cut a tree down? I don't think anyone thought about that, but again, you're creating the supernova effect. He calls it the point of death. So there's, with the slaughtering of animals and plants, we must have a lot of supernovas being created because many, many souls are released into the universe in this process. But let's hear what Mr. Keshe has to say about this. It's a beautiful understanding how the soul is propelled through the release of these energies in a way to go to its next destination.
Knowledge Seekers program from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. As usual, as is tradition, we welcome you back and we hope we can share more knowledge and understand more about our own creation and how we are created and where and how we operate. In a way, as always said, the body of the man is another cosmos, is another universe. It's just for us to understand how this universe works. It's for us to understand how we transfer energies of the cosmos or universe in the vacuum of the body of the man, in allowing it to operate. And like that, every star comes this step to, in a way, to dissolve, to open up, to lead to creation of beings which are gathered for a new life. It's the same with our lives, our physical life. We have one of those stars created, gathers energy, and then it goes through a supernova. We call it death. And it has some residuals, some physical bits, and in essence, what we call supernova, that a massive energy is released. That release of energy, we call it the soul of the man, when it releases from the body of the man. And then we have created different names for the next steps, white dwarfs, black dwarfs, and the rest of it. But in fact, there is no difference between the process and the time of what we watch in cosmos. When we see a star explores a physical dimension of it, and it just becomes a huge energy, and this energy released in dimensions lead to creation of other lives in the space of the galaxy, or when the galaxies hit each other and come to that point of galaxial supernova. That is again, as I said, we have chosen too many terminologies for the same effect. The supernova is the man's time of death. It's the same. We see some white bits left, we call it the bone afterwards, but in essence, at the point of the separation and the explosion, when the energy increases to such a point, the soul, the energy of the star, releases itself into the atmosphere, into the environment of the solar system and the universe. And if one day man learns this, man would understand that every death is a supernova. Doesn't matter if it's an ant, a man, a dog, destruction of a stone, or cutting up a tree. We release energies which holds that entity together, operates to look like a stone, to look like a man, to look like a dog, to look like a tree. And at a point when physicality reaches the point of maturity of the central energy to the supernova, which is the death of the man, we see the separation, and one leaves behind what it was caged, or was the process for it to evolve. One of the biggest mysteries for the world of...
Any questions or comments on that comparison to a supernova and the death of the man? And of course, what we're learning in some of these flight systems and so on and so forth is that we can actually release the soul before the supernova event happens, which is the death of the man. So you can play and understand how your soul travels across the universe before that actual supernova event. So perhaps when that actually happens, if it happens to you, or if you can extend your life, you won't be afraid or won't get lost or won't be overtaken by others, let's say intermediaries or other energies you may interact with across the universe or get entangled with. And so this is part of this whole process of the transmutation process in so many ways that the Keshe Foundation is offering for people to come in and experience. And if no one has any questions, we'll continue with this. And he was saying one of the biggest mysteries for the world of science today is, can we capture these? Meaning cosmic rays, I believe. And this is where we haven't understood the other half of the equation of working with the technology, let's say in the matter state. I believe some of the UFOs must have understood some of this, because as he said, they're just using a fancy magnetical gravitational positioning system, but it's still in the matter state and they're still using reactors. They haven't learned yet how to, at least the ones in the craft, how to travel instantaneously. They're still in the car or the craft, if you want to call it a craft or a car. And so we're basically in the same position, mankind and the UFOs. We're both trying to learn how to travel using the method the Creator travels with, and that is the magnetic fields in the energy state, no matter state involved in it. And then perhaps manifesting yourself at the point or destination if it's so desired. So this is what we're learning to do in a way, and this is the understanding of an aspect of eternal life, because you can continue to play one off against the other. And then there's no question, there's no in a way, death. Yes, you may have to make some separations, but you'll continue on and understand it quite thoroughly. Go ahead. Did somebody want to say something?
Yes, Mark, I have a question because as I have understood, in our evolution, we get at a certain point to a sun, and suns are living beings. And what happens, how, I have never seen a sun disappearing and going to the next evolutionary step. You know what I mean? We have suns on with solar systems. We have suns also in galaxy level. But for me, it's a big question. What comes in the evolution after the sun? But
Well,
maybe I have to give this question to Mr. Keshe on a first
I
day.
don't think you'd want to see our sun go into a supernova condition. As we don't want our sun to show us that at this point, do we?
I think it's at the end, maybe when all the planets have moved into the sun or something
Okay.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we have many planets left, maybe, but it's not 100% because the galaxies are our galaxy is merging or going together with a
Yes.
bigger galaxy.
Yes. Yes.
And this will change everything somehow, but maybe we could, when the solar system lives and has the planets and it has settled in a certain kind of balance, maybe the solar system gives us the next planet with an atmosphere where we could live on. But this is just something we cannot know at the moment.
Or you could call a moving company in space, I think. As Mr. Keshe said, there's civilizations that just specialize in moving planets. So if this is such a great planet and one of the most beautiful places in the matter state in the universe, perhaps we can schedule a move for this down the road in a million or billion or whatever time frame, because there are civilizations that actually move planets into a new place where they can continue to exist. I don't know, that must be quite a complicated endeavor, but they've been playing with this for billions of years, most likely, or developing it over billions of years. It may not be perfect, and who knows, but this is another option for us, I think, as we start to interact with the universal community and learn some of their knowledges. As Mr. Keshe said, we couldn't hold a door for their level of knowledge in the matter state, let's say. But now we're becoming, in a way, more educated in understanding how we can travel on the energy dimension, which they haven't quite figured out yet. They are using energies, but they haven't mastered it. But there are civilizations that apparently can move planets to a new location or out of harm's way. I don't know. And whether this has to be approved by a universal council or what the whole matter of it is, but that is a definite possibility. Okay, we'll continue this a minute or few.
Science of today is, can we capture these? How we capture these? And when a cosmic ray is on the path to another point or position which is attracted to, can we capture it? Those we capture, we deny. Those which become part of us, we have deliberately ignored. As I said,
So
What does that mean?
we're still denying that we're working with these. We've deliberately ignored, and we've not, we've denied and ignored them deliberately, he said. Just the way we've called the travel of the soul a dream. We've denied that it's traveling of the soul. We said, no, call it a dream. But apparently we're capturing a lot of cosmic rays within our universe, within our own structure. Go ahead, Erm. You said, what does that mean? Or were you talking to someone else and just had your mic open? Okay, we're not hearing.
This
ahead.
is the part I don't understand, the one, the deny and the other one before that. I don't understand what he means.
Alex, would you want to help at this point?
Deny or ignore.
Yeah. Mhm. Well, we talk about these neutrinos, and I guess we gave it a fancy name. And a lot of people say they're passing right through you because they're at a different energy level. But apparently, you can capture some of these neutrinos or cosmic rays within each cell of your body, and they interact with them and they exchange energies with them. You create some sort of need, and that cosmic ray may answer your need. As he said, we create conditions to interact with them, not so much grab them. And again, I don't have a deep knowledge of cosmic rays, but we certainly could see in the pictures that they're there. We know cosmic rays come from the sun and many other entities within the universe. But again, this is a new understanding about working with these, capturing them, picking the right way to interact and work with the systems we're making. I think this is a whole new knowledge. As he said, it's 50% of the equation we haven't explored yet. So you may know how to turn a coil or make a wire or nanocoat a wire, but have you employed any cosmic rays in this process? And we know the cosmic rays are the energy of the plasma itself. So sometimes we wonder why things don't work, even though what we made looks exactly like someone else made, but we can't see these cosmic rays interacting. This is a new knowledge for all of us. As he said, we've deliberately denied it. Why? I don't know. Maybe, again, and he goes on to explain what the astronauts were seeing in space. Anyone want to help understand this a little bit more? I'm trying, but yet I don't understand it quite that deeply. But obviously they're energies, they're creator rays, as Mr. Keshe said, and they're quite powerful, or maybe they're quite weak. I know the process of creation doesn't really start with the stronger and the more powerful, but the weaker and less energy within them starts the process of creation. And there's so many things, again, we can do with them once we understand it. And I think we'll see people making systems that actually do deliver what they've intended them to deliver. But this is part of the technology that I don't think we've understand. It's been hidden from us. Again, Mr. Keshe says some of these technologies that they use in their systems are not available yet for our understanding. They keep, or they in-house keep them, as he said in the last workshop. And maybe that's where the Chinese are having a trouble too, saying, if you don't tell us how to do this, we're not going to do it. I don't know. Because we want to be in control of it, not depend on somebody from the outside that could possibly block it or not allow it to go through if we didn't behave correctly, let's say. Anyone? I see a mic open.
Did you page me?
No, I was just saying is not understanding the cosmic rays. Do you want to restate your question? And maybe Alex can contribute something to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see where the text is now. Did you scroll it around?
Yes, I did. Let's see, where did he say we're denying? Yeah, okay. Those we capture, we deny. Those which become part of us, we have deliberately ignored. and Erm was saying she doesn't understand. Is that the part you said you didn't understand? With the we deny
Yes,
and
yes.
we have deliberately ignored. Go ahead.
correct.
What was the actual question?
I don't know what he means by that. Can
Hi,
you hear
Herm.
me?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Does that mean I took a cookie out of the cookie jar, but I want to deny I've been in there?
In many ways, I guess it is. It is also probably one of the most important questions that we're being faced with. And I can understand why you would bring up that question, because it's probably the most elusive answer for us. Uh, it's I had a question, and the question was, I wanted to digest some food. And in the process of wanting to digest that food, I created some peristalsis in the intestines. I don't know how to turn that on, and I don't know how to turn that off. But thank God, you know.
Well, you just press the on and off button, Alex. You know that.
I was. Well, I thought, maybe you should turn the light on in the washroom. Yeah, there's probably the on-off switch in there somewhere. But no, it's a part of us that we have been conditioned to ignore, and it starts even in childhood, because when we were children, a friend of mine had a secret friend, an invisible friend. And I thought to myself, well, gee whiz, I'd like to have an invisible friend. And the thing about it is that, his mother downplayed the fact that he had a friend. So the way my mother downplayed it was that she says, well, you're faking it. And I thought, well, she was correct. Because I wanted to have an invisible friend, because my friend had an invisible friend. And I didn't understand that. So kind of like your question, is we don't understand that, and how does that happen? So it came to the point that the only thing that we recognize is what's in physicality. And there are things that are happening, and they happen despite us. So we seem to call it involuntary muscle reaction as opposed to the voluntary muscle reaction. And thank God for that. So this is the best way that I can explain this question is to understand the dilemma of the yogi master. Because the yogi master wants to show how he can dominate, his spirit and everything. And to show how he can overpower that, he demonstrates how he can dominate his heart, and how he can control his heart. And so he can forcefully slow down the beating of his heart, and then he can forcefully speed it up, and then he can regulate it, and he focuses on his heart, and then I'm sorry about that. Oh, the yogi master died. Oh, well, he gained full control of his physical heart with his physical intent, and the involuntary muscle reactions had stopped to work. So you don't want to be distracted at that particular point. And I think this is one of the things that Mr. Keshe was talking about on the new transmutation training. You know, you can go, but we're going to keep you on a leash. We don't want you to go too far. We want you to be able to come back.
By the
So,
toe,
by the
That's-
what?
by the toe.
Yeah,
Yeah, he puts a little string on your toe
yeah.
and he controls you through that you can't get away. Like a leash on a dog. Some of those, you know, how they press the button and the dog can go a little farther, but they don't let them run free.
Well, oddly enough, you know, when you put the leash on the dog, the dog keeps pulling that leash, and it wouldn't pull anywhere near as hard if there wasn't a leash. In fact, once you train the dog to stay near you without a leash, they stay closer than they do when they have the leash. And so the point of the matter is really these energies are coming all the time, and it's how we interpret them and how we react with them. But you know, there's no denying them. This isn't a pink elephant in the room. It's a matter of understanding that we were born, understanding that there were energies had to be determined before we were born, and so we seem to only remember what we can remember, which for many of us, I know for me, we talked about this in the past, was after the age of 3. So, you know, before the age of 3, I don't think I could really physically decide what did I want to do. So I really had to depend on other things. And of course, you know, my mother couldn't, you know, predetermine that. I mean, she was busy looking after her own body. So, you know, it's only when I got hungry or, you know, I must have made some kind of indication that I was. Maybe I was crying, maybe I was coughing, who knows what I was going to do. But she would interpret that. But I don't remember that, you know. And one last point that I want to make, you know, she told me, I taught you well. And I said, you did? Yeah, she says, you used to play with the electrical outlet. I did. Yeah. And she says, I taught you to leave the electrical outlet alone. And once I taught you, you never forgot. And I don't remember being taught, but I don't remember ever playing with the electrical outlet. Maybe that's why I never became an electrician, because she taught me well. But the thing is that we have to depend on these fields as they come. So,
And aren't we depending on them on a pretty regular basis? Like every day, 80% of our energies come in through these energies in our environment. They may not all be cosmic rays, but some of them very well could be cosmic rays. As he said, the astronauts interacted with them. The Earth doesn't have the ability to attract every cosmic ray in the universe, but I'm sure we're already interacting with energies. These may be more, as he said, creator rays. But he said you bite into an apple, you release cosmic rays. You breathe in through your lungs, that small tongue in the back of your throat is actually absorbing some cosmic rays and transferring it, or the soul is picking them up there, these energies. So we're interacting with a lot of different energies on a regular basis. 80% of our energy comes from just the environment.
I disagree.
Okay.
All of
There's
the
no
energy.
problem. This
all
causes
of
an
the
interaction, a creation. Go ahead.
all of the energy comes from the creator.
Okay, if you want to look at it that way, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a portion of it that comes as a ray. And then there's a portion of it that comes from our environment. And we discount the fact that what comes from our environment is a manifestation, that which comes from the creator.
I would agree. You've
Let's
convinced
yeah.
me.
Have I convinced you? Okay, well, and another example.
But Alex, some were taking in the matter state, you would say the apple or the banana, and some were taking in the plasma dimension of
Yeah,
energy.
because energy is always
80,
converted.
20. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. But don't say we're only getting 80% of the energy. We that's one of the reasons we've been doing the supplementation. But now we have a choice. Do we take it from the supplementation or can we upgrade it from the ray of the creator? But
Yes.
there's also a reason for that. So I just want to point out the fact that, a lot of people think that, they want to be vegetarians. They don't want to eat, let's say, a cow. And, in Canada here, we brag about corn-fed beef. And that's not a natural food for the cow. The natural food for the cow is a grass or hay or something like that, right? And so those cows don't eat animal meat. Cows eat vegetables. So we eat the cow. So by extension, we are vegetarians. It's just that the cow is processing it for us on our behalf. And so we've gotten accustomed to that. All it is the exchange of one form of energy for another form of energy. And so if we can understand this exchange of energy, then we can understand how the universe works. So extend that to how you walk. If you walk from one part of your house to the other part of your house, understand that you're not walking through, you're walking through air, but there's a lot of stuff going on in that air.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't see it. It's not visible. But imagine that it's, if you're walking, say, through a swimming pool, you can say, oh, I have this resistance because of all this water around me. So you push against that water. Well, you're exchanging some energy. And you say, well, I don't have to push against anything to go through the air. So you're just walking. Well, you have to understand that the process of walking is exchanging the energy from your environment. As you walk, you cannot move without exchanging that energy. The fundamental point of motion is the exchange of energy. So just for you to have the energy to create the motion of the movement, you have to get it from somewhere. And so in that process, since we're in that physical environment, you're getting it from the environment. So to go from one place to another, you have to give and take energy along the way, which actually dovetails very nicely with the classes that I've been doing in the last little while. But I hope a lot of these silly little examples that I've been throwing at you, Irmgard, if those kind of help you, not only in terms of understanding, but if in terms of maybe, I'm sure people have been asking you, and it's difficult to answer, isn't it?
Yep.
I always thought that 100% of our energy comes from the food. We used to have 3 meals a day. But now we're understanding a much deeper thing. And the deepest thing about this is to move away from taking other entities' energies and using them to sustain our own, this process of killing, which has been embedded in us from the soul that created this planet. And that's what he's saying. We don't have to do that. And it's not allowed in space, as I understand it. You cannot capture another entity and cook it up and eat it because there's no killing allowed. So we're going to have to move into this direction if we want to become passengers of the universe, I think. And we're absorbing it every day through the skin, through the lungs, and other ways of getting this energy. We just have to increase it 20%. As he said, the creator doesn't kill any of its creations to sustain itself. And I made the man in the image of myself. So you can replicate that. It's just a lack of knowledge. and a lack of understanding that we think we have to do this. And again, back to the vegetarians, they don't like to eat the cow because it has two eyes and a tongue and the rest of it. Well, the plants are the same way. They don't have a tongue and they can't scream. They don't have any eyes that we can see. And they have green blood instead of red blood, but it's the same process going on. You're taking an entity and you're taking its energy and you're releasing its soul. And this is what I think he's trying to get us to understand. We can walk away from the killing if we understand more about our own creation. Sorry for interjecting that, Alex, but please.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. I'm just hoping that Irmgard is it's helping answer the question there.
That's the bottom line. I mean, when I heard the expression, you can feed yourself without eating, and I'm thinking, there's no possible way I can imagine you can feed yourself without eating. But now we have a
That I
deeper.
certainly have not succeeded at.
Say again?
That I certainly have not succeeded at.
I don't think any of us have. Not completely, but we're
Well, wait
on
a
the
second.
path. Go ahead.
Irm, have you not reduced your intake?
For a while, I have, but then my brain doesn't want to work very well. It doesn't work very well anyway, but if I don't eat, then it works even less. Still need it.
Well, I was having a serious dilemma for the longest period of time. I did reduce about 60%, and it wasn't enough because I was, despite the fact that I was eating less, I was gaining weight. And I made the move to drop down to about 70% or even less. And I managed to stabilize my weight, and I'm even seeing a drop in weight a little bit. But you know, the thing is, I'm now getting a lot more energy from the cosmic rays and still eating. So, you know, I'm actually absorbing more energy than I was before, which is why I was gaining weight. So I think, Mark, you indicated that you were having a similar problem.
No, not really. I'm actually have reduced my intake. But again, you have to, it's not only reducing the intake, you have to at the same time increase the intake from the energy, which I'm not exactly sure how to do that. But when we had that, if we go back to the pre-transmutation or the transmutation sessions, last year we had one dining with the creator.
Right.
We had two sessions with dining with the creator. And I remember the follow-up session after that first follow-up session, which we went back into a meeting. Sometimes Mr. Keshe will do this and say, we want to hear or, you know, let those energy settles that we interacted with you in a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And when that happened, the second session, the follow-up session of the dining with the creator, I think I went for close to 72 hours. And yeah, at the end, it started to wear off. But the first day and a half, let's say, I was just full. There was no need. My stomach felt full. I opened the refrigerator a couple times and closed it. It was like the hunger was not there. So I must have been being fed from energies, because that's kind of unusual. Anytime I fasted for religious reasons or other reasons, it was quite a struggle. But
well,
in
this is, you know,
yeah, in this session, there was no struggle up until the end. I probably pushed it a little too long, but I was fighting with myself. Do I want to eat? And that's not part of it. The first day, there was no thought of food or needing food. I was just full of energy, and I exuded that energy with people I interacted with. I could tell myself I was just more energetic overall.
Well, that what you experienced was a proof of concept, and that was what was important. But you know, anytime you discover something new, and you know, it's like say the notion comes up, you should quit smoking, and then once you quit smoking, and then you start bragging about it, but a week later you stop bragging about it because you don't want to bring up the subject anymore because you've failed, and you're back smoking again. So the novelty kind of wears off. Where I noticed I had a problem was that I enjoyed eating, and I was having a problem with that because it was I was missing a certain part of my life which I had gotten accustomed to. So it's an acquired fancy, not a necessity, right? So even Alenka's eating about 70% less, and I'm sure she's a terrific cook.
I see that in the chat. I am also eating about 70% less and not losing weight. Sorry that I cannot talk. No problem. Thank you for putting that message in. And Alex, I would think if I lasted that long, if every day or two I was in the session for 10 minutes or 15 minutes where I was being fed, I think I could continue on that process.
Well, and this is what's going on in Gaza, isn't it? I mean, let's face it.
Absolutely.
Let's face it, okay? What's the hurry? What's the rush all about? Let's talk about a ceasefire, okay? And how about next week? Would that work with you? So and by the way, all those trucks with all the supplies and everything that are stuck at the border, hopefully, that they'll still be there next week. Anyway, there's no sense of urgency, is there? Well, it's been March the 4th, okay? So it's been over 2 months, a full 2 months. And when we talk about an emergency, we talk about a food crisis. 2 months is beyond what the average person can handle. So, we don't need to have any confirmation of or proof of concept. The people have maintained their life in that regard based on energy consumption. So, but one thing that I did want to mention, in terms of drawing the energy during those sessions, Mark, is I didn't taste any pizza. I didn't taste any Chinese food, but I sure did get a lot of water. And I think that was fairly important. I think when I look at the basic essential of hydration and the basic essential of the solvent of life, water is it. And so it's at the basis of everything. And when we consider that, with the process of creating water, we're folding over the protein or folding over the amino acid to create the protein. So the two go hand in hand. And so that's why I was very gratified that I did, in terms of proof of concept, taste the water, and there was a lot of it. But curiously enough, I didn't taste the food. But one other example that I want to belabor here is that I had a discussion with a person who was discussing nutrition. And we were discussing at a Chinese buffet, interestingly enough. And of course, it wasn't the Chinese buffet. It was run by Chinese people, but it was Canadian Chinese, okay, which is totally different.
Huh?
And well,
Just joking.
yeah. So, well, I had the pleasure of going to a Chinese restaurant with a Chinaman. And I have to tell you, it's totally different. And when the waiter came over, he asked, "So what would you like?" And my Chinaman asks, places the order, okay? And what he placed on the order was not on the menu. And then when the food was delivered, and I was never asked, what did I want? Like, what do I know what I want? I don't know anything about Chinese food. I'll just, give me some sweet and sour, and I guess, and some rice. But no, 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 no. All of a sudden, I saw the Chinese food, and the people at the next table, they were looking at their menu, and they asked the waiter, "Oh, can I have what he's having?" And the waiter said, "No, no, you have to, order the stuff on the menu, because what's on the menu was the Canadian Chinese food, and what we were taking was the Chinese food." So, but talking to my friend, I said, "How can you eat this Canadian Chinese food and claim that it's nutritious?" And he said, "Well, it's not what the food is, it's what I take from it." So I'll leave you on that note.
Okay, yes, and obviously you were salivating. Mr. Keshe said it's plasmatic water. And there must have been something happening for you to salivate in a way. Or Gail, I think she experienced that. I experienced that. And it was like, where is all this liquid plasmatic water coming from? It was way more than usual, and it lasted quite a long time. So maybe you didn't taste it, but it sounds like you were being fed in a way. What would
And I
trigger
submit that it wasn't,
yeah, what would trigger that salivation?
well, I would submit that it wasn't psychosomatic.
I agree. So there was something that was just another little touch of, in a way, perfecting the system. And that's what we're talking about, these little gifts that come your way. And if you can change the salinity within that plasmatic water, you can definitely capture probably more cosmic rays, which will up that 20% to, or the 80% to 90% perhaps. Again, this is a gradual process. We can't stop eating completely at this point, but we're learning what can be done that we never could have imagined in a million years. We haven't stopped eating. But now we're learning a better way and a healthier way. As we know, I'm not just mentioning the emotions, the fear and the anger from an entity, but also when you're taking in the wheat and you're taking in other things, you're taking in everything else that from the farm that they use to apply to those crops. Not everything, some of it's been removed in the processing process, but there's many times a carryover of these herbicides or pesticides or whatever, and then the body has to do something with it. So not only are you reducing the killing, you're actually creating a more healthy universe within yourself, if we could put it that way. That the body doesn't have to figure out, what do I do with this? I've never seen this before, or I can't process this product or the traces of whatever could be in there, and it has to put it somewhere or get rid of it. So I think we'll become much healthier and long-lived if we can move away more and more. And we've seen that with experiments on mice and rats, I think, where the ones that are given as much cake and as much cheese as they like, they live much shorter, much more obese, lethargic lives with disease, and the life is shorter. The ones that they starve or on the verge of starvation, they're actually healthier, more hygienic, and live a much better life. They don't develop the tumors and the rest of it. So we're learning many things, but the main thing to me is to move away from killing other entities to sustain our own. Anyone else want to add anything else? Fine. Let's, we're running a little late here, Alex. I did want to go through the part about the transmutation with the fish. But I think maybe we should go to the Dome of Peace at this point and give you plenty of time to deliver your teaching today.
Sounds good.
Okay. Anyone else before we move on? And I also had the video pulled up here. If I can find it. Very funny. No. All right, well, I did have it. But this was the one Mr. Keshe had talked about, the Wells fish. In other words, how fish appear just out of the, oh yeah, here it is. And if you go to Knowledge Seekers Workshop 484 at 1 hour and 14 minutes, the mystery of instantaneous creation of life. And this is what he called Wells fish, where in the middle of the desert or in other places, there's fish that all of a sudden spontaneously, instantaneously appear in that water well, and they call it Wells fish. There's no way a fish could possibly get in there. Not all wells do that, but some of them do if the conditions are right. And I wanted to tie this in with the transmutation in a way of the fish. This happens as a natural process in nature. They call it Wells fish. And now the team has reached the point where they can create, probably using cosmic rays, life out of the fields. And this is the where Mr. Keshe is moving. And again, I think a lot of these things are being put on the shelf. They've been developed. They're going to be developed more. But when we get the okay from the governments, there'll be 50 or 100 different systems coming out pretty much simultaneously. But he said we had to introduce the technology slowly at first to allow the governments to adjust to it. Whether it's food, whether it's energy production and the wellness and the rest of it. So slowly, slowly, Mr. Keshe is prodding and showing what can be done with these systems, and then working with the cosmic rays to sort of tie everything together. Okay, let's do that in a way. If I can get that one to come up. Okay, great. Now, normally we start off with the Dome of Peace, and we're talking about the releasing of the plasma water. And this is something the Brazilians have put together, this little background here, where on Sunday at 12 noon and 6 p.m. CET time, we release plasma water into the environment, which basically creates more balance and elevates the soul of this planet into a permanent peaceful condition. And I know the Brazilians put something in there about the flooding there. So when we do go for this Dome of Peace, and they put some words into the telegram and so on, that when you're spraying or releasing these waters, that you'd think of the Brazilians who were trapped in some heavy rains, and many people lost everything. But we're seeing, again, we see this in Gaza, we see this in the Ukraine and Syria and many places, these disasters and wars and the rest of it. This was just a natural disaster, but still, you still lose everything, or you could lose everything, including your life. So keep the Brazilians in mind. But this is the first step of the Dome of Peace, is something for your physicality to do in releasing GAN's waters. And let's hear from, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this, Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? You have a nice voice. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers worldwide will spread the gas watches around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, something for our physicality to do. If you're not sure how to create plasma water, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn about making a GANS of zinc or CO2 and using the water that's above the GANS material and releasing them. They have a modicum of intelligence and they know where to go and they know what to do. This is very phenomenal to think that the energies that the water is carrying could perform such a function, but they do. And the Chinese have been doing this for years and years and years. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, is releasing GANS waters. And again, you don't have to do it just on Sunday. You could do it anytime. Carry a spray bottle and just release some here or there or wherever you'd like, because we're elevating the soul of this planet to a permanent, peaceful, and the life on this planet as well. So we can go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. And this is where we use the power of the souls. And if I could bring it up, the Brazilians also have an intention on daily, and they have an intention on Wednesdays where you can join them. It's at 6 p.m. and just using the power of your soul. Again, we thought we were helpless, and reaching and making and creating changes in the matter state are not that easy. But on the soul level, it becomes quite easy to do. That doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow, but it just means we can reach the souls of the ones intended to elevate them, that their physicality changes. And originally we were targeting the world leaders and the world religious leaders, because the religious leaders many times create the conditions for the world leaders to then have a conflict. So this is the part of understanding how we can work through our energies. So if you like the process, we're about to take 5 minutes and use our souls to bring the change. You can join the Brazilian team at Wednesday at 6 p.m. for this, or every day, daily intentions at 2 a.m. Central European Time. And of course, you'd have to calculate the time in your time zone. Also, the Universal Council is inviting people, the Keshe family and the Universal Council family, and unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime for the elevation of the souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. Again, we're opening, or the Keshe Foundation is opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And this is what we're using to perform these. And it's also creating a precondition for when you do travel in space, that you start learning to give and to receive on the energy level. If it's your wish to travel in space, let's say, and eventually I think we're all going to get there one way or another, whether it's a supernova event in the physicality, or you just want to experience that before that supernova event. But we're learning to use and work in the dimensions of energy. Mr. Keshe says he works this way 90% of the time. 10% for the physicality, 90% on the energy level. So feel free to join the daily intentions with the Brazilians. Feel free to, if you can't make a meeting, or you're busy, or you're at work and you obviously can't join a meeting for 30 minutes, unless it's on your break time, you can join us at 9 p.m. Central European Time on a daily basis, where collectively we join together. And of course, collectively, we're much stronger because you have a huge spectrum of fields coming from each and every point in a way, or each and every country on this planet. And there's knowledge seekers, as I understand it, in every country on this planet. So, oops, let's hear the second step to the Dome of Peace. And thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. Shweta will read this.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. It was from a man.
Sorry, I didn't change the, here we go. There we go. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Again, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And this is what we're going to take 5 minutes now for you to start using. Again, this is a process we're learning. Even the Universal Council is learning this process, that we can have things manifest in the matter state through our energies, as opposed to what we thought it's all physical. We had to meet with world leaders or religious leaders, which you'll most likely never get an audience with the Pope or any of these world leaders unless you pay $1 million for 5 minutes of their time. But we have a mother connection through the soul of the Creator, as I understand it, because all of our souls are built above and on top of the soul of the Creator. So we're starting to use the energies within our own energy center or our own star to bring the change. And again, this is for us who are very physical, this is something that takes a little bit to get used to think we can reach someone without touching them in the physicality. But we can pray for the soul of these leaders, these religious leaders, and anyone else. Again, this can be even applied to yourself. So let's take 5 minutes collectively in peace and calmness, use our energies to touch and bring the peace and create that dome of peace. Again, it's not a day job. So if you think it's going to be over this week or next week, most likely not. And this is the way we're bringing the change for ourselves. As Mr. Keshe said, I could do it in a matter of seconds, but then it's magic and you'll never keep it. If we bring the change ourselves, we will keep it, and it will be an everlasting, permanent, peaceful condition on this planet. So that's why we need to reach that tipping point and get the entire soul of the collective involved in this process. And more people are adding to this. And when we do reach that tipping point, we'll start to see the changes. Mr. Keshe is handling the physical side with the systems, with the reactors and the rest of it. He's asked us to practice using our energies to bring the change. And as I said, it's pre-staging us for a later date when we will be continuing to use these energies for giving and receiving in the universe. So there's a multi-pronged process going on here as I understand it. So let's all take 5 minutes of silence. Let me see if I have brought up that 5 minutes of silence. Let's see, where did it go? Anyway, no problem. We'll just have to work with it. If I find it, I'll bring it up. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and use the energies in a peaceful, calm way to bring the change, and pray for the soul of these world leaders, the Brazilian people who are having a rough time there, as well as Gaza, Syria, Ukraine, and many others that we aren't even aware of probably. And then there's all the hungry people and the rest of this people who are in emotional unbalance or physical unbalance or conditions of unwellness in the body of the man. So we can bring a lot of changes collectively, but it's going to take some time, and it's going to take probably a larger group of this, but we're all practicing to understand it for ourselves. So let's start now. Anyone want to make any comment about this? And again, nobody's checking you to see if you'd like to attend a meeting or you want to join on the soul level. This is all done according to as you wish it. So we'll start now. Thank you. Thank you for participating again in this process. And again, it happens daily or as much as you'd like it to happen. And as we hear in the creation of the Universal Council video, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. No other thing. A lot of people would like to give religious leaders and world leaders a piece of their mind. Why not give them in a way, a piece of your soul to elevate them again to a position where they can change? And this is the process we're going through. So if you like this process, feel free to join the Brazilian team, KesheBrazil.com, or you can join the Universal Council. It's the same process in a way, just different areas or different people perhaps there, but it's the same process. This is a continuing process, and we want to thank the Brazilians for not giving up, not fading, let's say, after a week or a year or 2 years, and they've extended this process. So we want to thank them and feel privileged that you're guided in this way. It's so easy to work through the plasma in reaching a soul rather than try to do it in the physicality. So thank you, and we appreciate your continued participation in this process. And now the part of the program we've all been waiting for, sorry for the delay, but Alex is going to be joining us and provide another unique teaching in this understanding of plasma science. Alex, if you're ready, I see you've taken the screen. Thank you. Go right ahead. I know what you're going to do first, and that will be the disclaimer.
Well, actually, no, I'm going to claim thanks to the coordinator of this meeting because you've led us here.
Okay. Oh, I'm not a leader anymore. I'm a coordinator. Thanks a lot. No, I appreciate that, Alex. Because
Oh, you hypocrite.
I'm not leading anyone except myself.
You hypocrite. Okay. Well, join the club.
Okay.
So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Please bear with us. We have to do this little bit of business. So please stand by.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, everybody, for joining us here today on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and as always, you know, it is a very powerful meeting because we are represented here from so many different continents, and this is really hard to believe. That's one of the nice things about the new technology that we have today. It's able to bring us together during this live transmission. And, you know, we follow up the sequence with respect to the Knowledge Seekers workshops, and then the Brazilian team meeting on Friday, and then our meeting here on Sunday, as we try and unravel in layman's terms as best as we can what transpired a couple of months ago in Sanya in China, where we had a watershed moment and we discovered the new technology and the realization of how this technology is going to affect us. And so we are in the post-Sanya era. And as such, we have, well, please excuse me one moment. Something has happened here. I have lost a page. So much for this excellent review here. Just stand by 1 second as I see if I can fix this. So this occasionally happens to me.
Yeah,
It's all,
no problem. No
it's all
problem at
part
all.
of the usual thing, you know. You have everything working perfectly, and then
Mhm.
suddenly something happens to mess it up.
Yeah, and you know,
So
I think we missed one word in the disclaimer. Do you think we could play that again? Just joking. We will
okay,
play it
you
at the
know
end,
that.
and we've played it at the beginning. So there's 3 selections of the disclaimer in our presentation. And hopefully that is enough to suffice.
Yes, so hopefully, and oh, something else has happened. Unbelievable. I see what's happened. Okay, we will get it. We will get it.
No
That's
problem. If you need more time, Alex, I can pause the recording if you'd like.
no, I just have
Okay.
to I just have to click on the right things. That's all. Okay. And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. And well, now just a moment here.
Well, we see the slide on transition range.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Always there's something changes from week to week, right?
Yeah.
You just have to stay on top of everything. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing basic transition. And the subject today is the transition range. So my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. Thank you very much for being here. It is May the 12th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And so, as you mentioned about the Brazilian community, they got us going 4 years ago with public teaching. And we started with basic teaching, and now we've graduated to basic transition as we're trying to keep up with Mr. Keshe. And that in itself is a challenge. And then more importantly, it's something that he's been broadcasting for over 10 years. And so we have thousands of hours of teaching, and how do we keep up with that? So it's hard enough for us as mature students, but it's a real mountain to climb for new students. And so we're trying to facilitate that. And in the same aspect, mentioning that, we have to understand that this knowledge is embedded within us. So it's not a matter of just getting the knowledge. We have to acknowledge the knowledge. And then we have to figure out how to apply it, because what we've been applying has been a small part, because we've been stuck on this hesitancy highway. And of course, it's at the lowest energy state. And, you know, we know how hard life is, but this is why they say life is hard until you get up on the horse. But you know, you really have to be careful, because you've got to pick the winning horse. And what does it mean to be a winner? So we're trying to discuss the teachings of Narantevakota Keshe as it was laid out in the three books, starting with the universal order of creation of matter. And as we see these field forces coming together, and I think most of us are at the point now that we should certainly understand these three fields and three forces. But what we don't understand, maybe in book number 2, is the structure of the light. And so we're discussing that in more detail because, let's face it, it comes from somewhere and it goes somewhere. And we know that because we can see it, and we can also shine a light, and we can do all sorts of things with light. But when we get to book number 3, the origin of the universe, well, that is so elusive because we don't seem to understand how these fields interact and how one field can become two fields, or how two fields can become one field, and not understanding the relationship of it. Well, we're going to have to understand, because where we're headed through is now through the transmutation training sessions, which, to date stamp this, the next session is coming this Friday, May the 17th, and it will be the 5th of a series of 6 sessions. So, a lot of people like a 6-pack. So this is the 5th part of that 6-pack. And it is helping us learn things that we really already know. It's just that we seem to ignore this. So how can we bring this to the foreground, if you will? So not only to accept it, but to understand how to apply it. And of course, the most important thing is that this technology is for the purposes of peace. And so for 325 weeks now, we have been trying to bring this one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace together. And in many ways, we are succeeding. And it all depends on how you measure this. So the thing is that we are in a process. This is all part of the process that wasn't there before. It certainly wasn't there when I was younger. But a lot of people are saying now, we don't know exactly what's going on, but we can feel that something has changed. And so we have this relentless search for outer space. But to understand outer space, because we've never been in outer space, not as the current humanity, because we have to get on that plasma highway to that little slippery pie in the sky. And, you're not supposed to step on your food, you're supposed to eat it. But we find that it's just a tiny portion of our universe. In fact, it's so tiny that it's would really be invisible on this picture if I didn't have the red dot there. And then when you look at the rest of the universe, you say, well, wait a second, how do we get on that plasma highway to get to this, the far reaches beyond, when we're just on a transmission highway at the lowest energy level? So we've stepped up we're trying to step up anyway to the transition highway, because that is an intermediate step between the lowest energy level and other energy levels. So it's hard to step up, because we only assume that there's only one transition highway, because there are a lot of transition highways, aren't there? So when we look at the range and of the universe, and you see, what we are doing, and how tiny and small it is, so we wonder, if we want to get to the other end, we can't go at the speed limit that our car can go. We have to go at the speed of light. And is the speed of light the fastest transmission? So we've had a strong debate on that. And then if we go to that far extreme, do we have to be as big as the universe then? And so all of that has been relegated to the dumpster heap, because we're now moving ahead in a new understanding. But the thing that has come forward is the question of, is speed of light constant? Is that the constant transmission? And then, of course, what are we transmitting? And so if we look at everything and we say, well, what does everything consist of? So we find that we claim that 70% of the universe is hydrogen. Well, if that's true, what's the rest of it? And if the rest of it, where is it? And is that where we are, or are we on the 70%? So, we just seem to have that little MAGRAV pie, and because that's the lowest energy level, and yet that's the smallest part. So how do we navigate? And is there a map? So the hydrogen seems to navigate very well, because we have a gravitational confirmation of the hydrogen. And not only that, we know specifically that it is hydrogen because it has a spectrum, it has a unique fingerprint. It tells us what it is. And so if we understand that it's a gravitational confirmation of magnetical field forces coming together, and when they come together, well, they come together from somewhere, and then from that somewhere, they travel as a spectrum, as a light. Okay, so now we understand the basic structure of the light is reflected in the hydrogen spectrum. And if we understand that the hydrogen spectrum is a manifestation of the creation, which is a MAGRAV, then the embodiment of all of that light energy is within the MAGRAV. Okay, well, this is very good. So we understand that the principal matter is this energy pack, which comes to this MAGRAV. So all of these packs are coming, and they come as a parcel. But when we say energy, it's generic. We're not specifying which energy. And when we say parcel, it might be in a brown box shipping container, but we don't know what's inside, do we? So how do we sort that one out? Well, we have to understand that there's a principal interaction of this energy, that it's always in motion, and as such, energy that's in motion is coming and going, but it is also going and coming. So in other words, it's a two-way street. So the two fundamental suppliers of this energy naturally are the sun and the earth. And in that process, we have further confirmation, and that is that we have oxygen. Well, wait a second. I thought we had gravitational confirmation from hydrogen. Well, we also have it from oxygen. And actually, this is a very good thing, because when we combine hydrogen and oxygen, well, you know what we get? The answer, of course, is water. And interestingly enough, this is a MAGRAV, and it's round. But that's kind of strange, isn't it? Because we have two hydrogens, which are kind of tiny, and we have this big fat oxygen. And so there seems to be an imbalance in this balanced MAGRAV. And I wonder how that works. Well, this is the point. The entire water molecule is an energy pack. And so as such, it embodies energy. And so because it's a universal solvent, it must share this energy. And it shares this by literally sharing off one of these hydrogen ions. And so we see this hydrogen is actually energy. And of course, energy is always positive. So if we are shearing off a positive energy, that means, oh my God, we're left with a negative charge. So now that's called a hydroxyl. So it still has one hydrogen and it has one oxygen, and it still is water, but it's not the water that we think it is. It is looking for a partner. And obviously the ideal partner would be another water. So having not determined that, we're just going to say that the positive energy is energy in motion, and the negative energy is energy in motion. So the positive and negative energy actually indicates the direction. And we see that the negative gives and the positive takes. So we know that the energy can give and take from itself. So that would be a binding force. But it has to give and take from another source. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything. So it has to be flowing. So, prime example, if a hydroxyl looks for another water molecule, then it becomes water. But if it looks for, say, soup, then it becomes something else. And so it's flowing. It's still water, but now it has other energy in it and is sharing that energy. So, and it's still fluid. Well, that's good for the water, but we also have the air and we also have energy in motion. And then, of course, we have the rest of the universe. And so we can conclude that the creation of the universe comes from energy. And it's always in motion. And because it always has to combine with something, that means all things are in combination. And so if they're in combination, then we have to decide which way the flow goes. And so that's the charge. Energy is a charge in motion. Okay, so we're good there. Oh, one more, please. So we exchange energy in the cups of life. And this was very fundamental because the cups of life were brought out during the pandemic, and they weren't the cups of the pandemic. They had to do with our inner space energy, which was reflected as our emotional strength. So sometimes we think about strength as being physical. Well, yes. So one of these cups is the emotional one. That's the one with the white GANs, and the one of the one is the physical, is the one with the copper GANs on the right-hand side. And so these are both a form of energy exchange. And so we can differentiate that there's an emotional exchange and there's a physical exchange. But they are representative of the same thing. Energy in motion, energy in combination, coming and going. And then what came was this Gans radiance manifestation. And we've seen that we could create ganses out of these cups of life. And so we had copper GANs and calcium GANs, zinc, copper, amino acid GANs, and even water GANs. And did we know that it was GANs, or was the water just getting dirty and we just threw it away? And, for some people, you give them gold and they trade it in for wood. So they just don't know the value. And so, well, guess what? We even have a gold GANs. So we find that all the elements actually have a GANs manifestation as part of their radiance manifestation. So when we look at whatever we have, that is part of the transmission. And so that involves our x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis combination, which we've seen dealt with rotation, polarity, and field strength. But now we're going through a transition dimension of the x-axis to a different level of transmission. And so we find that we need to have the transmission of the three dimensions that we discussed, the rotation, polarity, and field strength. Well, do we have that in the transition dimension? And that's what we're discussing. And then if we have that, can we say that that is the medium? Because that is the transmission medium. And if you're transmitting something, then there has to be a message. And so that becomes what we're looking at when we say when two forces come together. Well, they come together through this transmission of energy. And what is the message that they carry? Well, the combination of the two are very specific because they create an x-axis dimension and a y-axis dimension, which is an interaction of these forces. And it's very specific to this interaction, which means it's not the only interaction. There are other interactions. We're just talking about generic two forces interaction. So if we have different forces coming together with different interactions, we may have some conflict. But, excuse me, if we bring the plasma rule into play, which is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then that interaction also becomes a conflict point. So there has to be some kind of alteration, and that is deflection. And because of that deflection, that point of conflict becomes a point of containment, assuming, of course, that there's a common denominator between those two energies coming together. So if they come together, you don't want to have an accident. What you want is to create something. And so now when we create, we know that it's part of the binding. And binding is very important because it fulfills a self-serving requirement. And so we get this energy from the universe, and through the binding process, we fulfill our self-serving needs. So why do we continue to do this at the expense of others? Because logic would say, oh, well, I guess that's the first problem. Okay, so the second thing logic would say is that the other is also taking energy binding for a self-serving purpose. But if they're depleted because we're stealing it, then how do they compensate? So either becomes a point of conflict with you because you're stealing and they want it back, or they're resigned to the fact that you're just a crook. And so it obviously you're successful at being a crook. So they will emulate that and they will become a crook. And so being a crook leads to lying, leads to cheating, and ends up eventually leading to killing. And so we have these energy binding actions getting on in an ever stronger field force. And as they get into a very strong field force, they get farther and farther away from the point of creation. Well, actually, they are creating something. They are creating something at the lower energy level and making it very, very gravitational. So this makes it even more difficult to move. I mean, if you get it to the lowest energy level, let's say that of a stone, the only way a stone can move is if you pick it up and throw it. But, you know, we can move around. We make cars and they can move around. So we do have a transmission, but, you know, we are also having to transition at varying speeds. So, you know, we can crawl, we can walk, we can run. And so then we decide, well, that if that's on the ground, then which ground? And so we have to consider that the water is part of that ground and the air is part of that ground. Well, and if those things are all part of the ground, then there are other things that are part of the ground. So we could be right in saying, well, which ground? Because whatever we're grounded to is how we capture the field. And when we capture this field, we have to be able to change our position. Well, how do we change our position then? That becomes a real concern. So when we look at the transmission of the x-axis and the transition of the y-axis and the transmutation of the z-axis, then we have to decide, okay, how do we move? How is that possible to move? There's no accounting for moving. because all we're saying is that there's an X, Y, and Z axis, and that's the only thing that we're saying. And so this is reflected if we look at the rings of Saturn and we say, well, wait a second. The body of the planet is different from the rings. And there's a gap between the planet and the rings. So is the gap nothing? Was the gap caused by nothing? What about the shadows? Was that caused by nothing? And then there's a gap between the body and the rings, but there's also a gap between the rings themselves. So what causes this change? So clearly, whatever the body of the planet is different from whatever the rings are, which is different from what other rings are. And so there's no accounting for the difference here. And so if we look at Jupiter's rings and we see this side view, and we have the same problem. We have a flat main ring, and then we have this gossamer ring, and there's a double ring, and there's a gap between the rings. So the rings themselves are not the same, and then there's the gaps. So we can also say that the gaps are not the same. So there's no counting for this, but clearly there's a transmission at a different level, isn't there? So when we look at the water, which is the solvent of life on this planet, we identify it with the pH scale, which is a potentiation of hydrogen. But understand it's also a potentiation of oxygen because it's water. And so in order to have water, you have to have both. So if there's a release of hydrogen, you can bank on the fact that there'll be a release of oxygen as well. So as we go from a higher pH, which is very stable and very complex, and of course it's alkaline and therefore it's gravitational, it takes us down to a very unstable, the lowest pH, which is very simple, highly acidic, and so that becomes magnetical. And so there's everything in between. And the question is, where in between and what is the susceptibility? And so if we look at the impact of pH on our DNA transcription, we find that in a healthy cell, the alkaline level of the water creates a nice DNA shape. But in an unhealthy acidic cell, the DNA itself starts to expand. And then, of course, when it's on the coroner's table, it's flat. And the other thing, of course, is that it's anaerobic, which means it doesn't have any oxygen. Well, of course, if it's highly acidic, it's losing hydrogen. Well, it's losing oxygen as well. So this is the impact that we have on the pH. And it's pretty violent. So it takes us to the extremes. So when we talk about this selection process, we see that we have a natural selection. Unfortunately, that's a selection we made when we were babies. And then as we became adults, well, we've introduced man-made regulation. And that's where the problems are, because we feel that, you know, there are some who are the chosen ones. And then that begs the question, who did the choosing? And what does it mean to be chosen? Were you chosen to be the ruler, or were you chosen to be the cattle? And so we have this potentiation of range anomaly where both ends of the spectrum are extreme. So assuming that, you know, if we get into below 1, that nothing can exist. And then above 14, well, nothing can exist. Well, is that true? And so if they're both extreme, how can they both be the same? Well, they're not the same. Because what happens is that as we approach the extremes, things change. And so, hello to the periodic table of elements. So these are the Earth space range details. And we see that we have different elements in different parts of the Earth. And so each one of them has a gravitational conformation. Well, this is good because that's provided by the Earth. So the Earth understands this, and I've never seen it in a class, but it seems to know how to take energy in and more in through the gravitational field forces of attraction, which we call absorption. So that energy is absorbed, and we create the periodic table of elements. But the Earth is not getting fatter and fatter and fatter because it, through the process of magnetical force fields of repulsion, energy is being emitted, and more is going out, and more is going out, and more keeps going out and is supplemented and offset by energy coming in. And why is this important? Well, because without this characteristic, we would not be able to rotate around our axis, and we wouldn't be able to circle around the sun. That would be impossible. So the in and out of the energy maintains the gravitational conformation, but it also maintains the magnetical conformation, which is representative of energy in motion. So getting back to the potentiation of hydrogen, we see that, as we go down the pH scale, we start to lose hydrogen, which means there's a water splitting. When we lose hydrogen, we lose oxygen. So they get split, that bond between the two splits up, and it always totals 14. And this becomes an important point to consider when we look at materialization selection of the periodic table of elements and other materials around the world. We find that they're kind of location specific. So, there's copper in Chile and gold in Indonesia and oil in the Middle East. So they're pretty specific, not the only places, but, the question becomes is how do we achieve this location positioning? Because the Earth is spinning, isn't it? And it's spinning every day. And yet the gold goes where the gold goes, and the copper goes where the copper goes. And, if the oil is a little bit fluid, it could get kind of messy if there wasn't some kind of materialization selection. So the answer is something beyond what we can see, touch, and feel. And so everything that we can see, touch, and feel is representing this two-way transmission, where we're talking about these two dimensions and two-way streets, two directions on these two-way streets. And we can travel in different sized vehicles and different types of vehicles, and we can add more lanes. So we always have these selections, and this is only on the x-axis transmission, but what we're talking about is other ways to do this. So we know that there are other ways because we already have a problem with the relationship between the scientific community and the spiritual community. We are conducting our science based on relationships. So in the plasma science, it's magnetical gravitational balancing, what we call the MAGRAV. But in the scientific community, it has to do with the conservation of energy. So in the spiritual community, there's no conservation here. It's just we're trying to figure out the spirit and the soul and how they work together. So we find now that it's the plasma science which brings these relationships together and adds to the knowledge. And this is very good because in the conservation of energy, it states that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be converted. And so what are we doing? We're converting kinetic energy and potential energy. And we find that the balance of the kinetic and potential energy on one side is equal to the balance of the kinetic energy and potential energy on the other side, which means that the relationship between the kinetic and potential energy is constant. It's constant again. And so when we look at the pH density range, And we find that there are differences. There's acidity and alkalinity, but that totals 14. The water splitting always totals 14. So regardless of the density, the pH is constant. There's that constant again. So when we look at the potentiation of strength, we find that we can take the stronger to feed the weaker. So the strong being the initial potential energy and the weak being the final potential energy. Why is the strong feeding the weak? Well, because it's seeking balance. Do we want to achieve balance? Because if we achieve balance, well, nothing would happen. So what we realize is that there are sequences, and we can order these sequences. So if we understand the rules of the gravitational feeding, the gravitational feedback from the attraction of what we attract, what we're attracting is the magnetical feeding, what has been repelled. And so in turn, if we do repelling, then we're feeding. So then if we're feeding, then we need to have some feedback. And so we are the last man standing. We're the one who makes the choices. These are choices that we don't want to defer to someone else. And, you know, when we look at the health aspect of it, when we can't look after our health, then we defer this to others. This is really unfortunate, because we can turn on and turn off the feeding. We can either increase or decrease the strength, and we can enhance or diminish the positioning, because the stronger feeds the weaker. And we can choose to be the stronger, and we can choose to be the weaker. In other words, we can be fed, or we can do the feeding. It all depends on our ordering. So when we look at reflections or illusions, is a reflection only what we can see? Or is a reflection a manifestation of an illusion? Whereas an illusion is something that we can't see, but if it's an illusion, how come it manifests? And so this becomes a kind of a dilemma. And we say, well, what you see is what you get, and that's all you get. And is it uniform? Well, there is one thing that is kind of constant and uniform, and that is the relationship between the wavelength and frequency, because these represent light. And so the relationship between wavelength and frequency represents the color of the light that we can see. And this relationship is constant. And since the speed of light is constant, then what causes the change in the color? So it's the interaction of the wavelength and the interaction of the frequency and the interaction of the environment. Well, wait a second, I can only see the wavelength and I can see the frequency, but I can't see the interaction with the environment. Where did this come from? Where did this energy come from? And if it's constant, then it's all that I can see. But what about the stuff that I can't see? So that's not part of my environment. So if the speed of light is constant, how do we get this different frequency? So then we find that the difference in speed has to do with distance. But if we shorten the distance and maintain the speed, and if we put it on a track, and then we find that we can change the frequency being the number of times we rotate around the center. So since the blue light has a higher frequency than the red light, then the absorption of the blue light must be closer to the core, and the red light must be farther away. So what seems to be a difference in the speed of light is actually a difference in the speed in the frequency. And so the frequency is determined by the diameter, not the speed. The speed of light is constant in all cases. So getting back to the pH, we see that the water splitting is always 14, which means if you have acidic water that's 4, you can also create alkaline water that is 10. 10 and 4 being 14. But the same is true for 9 and 5. The same is true for 6 and 8. But what about 7? Well, 7 must be 7 plus 7. A combination of alkalinity and acidity, which makes it neutral. If it wasn't 7 plus 7, in other words, if neutral was 0, then you wouldn't have water, would you? So it has to be something. It can't be nothing. So we find that because of this determination, what I call this pH zipper, then the question becomes is, how do we move the zipper up and down? Because if I'm creating a pH of 4, I'm creating another pH of 10. Doesn't account for creating 5 or 9. But if I create 5 and 9, it doesn't account for 6 or 8. So I just don't know how to move the zipper. And then the question really becomes is, well, how do we get this transmission going? And is there a rotating field? And, do we just kind of drive along, or how does this work? So getting back to Dino Crespidon, the famous Brazilian mathematician who said that God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. So oscillating means that they have a vibration, which means they have a frequency, but they oscillate on themselves at perpendicular lines. So the difference between the x-axis and the y-axis is they come from the same point and they go perpendicular to each other. But then to maintain the structure, they have to come back together again. And so they can't come at the same line. They have to travel a different line and then come together. So we find that every time they change the angle on their dimension, they increase the energy, which is to say, if we look at 2 dimensions in a straight line, it's negative. At the points, the connector is the positive, the straight edge is the positive. But if we put a bend in that straight edge, well, now we've created hydrogen on one side and oxygen on the other side. And so that bending actually creates more energy. And so we find that this becomes part of the charge connection, what we call the x-axis transmission, because understanding that opposite charges attract, so we create this pathway, and it goes negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, and negative to its final destination. And so this becomes automatic. You don't need to voltmeter to figure that out. But if we were to have a second transition zone and it follows a different path, we find that there's a charge connection. So now we have a question, can one charge attract 2? Because we start with one charge and it splits up. And then we get to the other end and we have one charge and it comes together. So understanding that it's a two-way street, we can have a splitting and a coming together. So just like the pH, we can split between acid and alkalinity, but when they come together, the total is 14. And so we see that, and this is how the amino acids link up to produce fatty acids. So they create a chain, and this chain is folding. What we're looking at is in a two-dimensional folding, but actually it's a spiral. And so in the process of rotating and going through the transmission process, to maintain that transmission, it has to stay on the same level. So it goes through the rotation. And if you look at it from a two-dimensional aspect, it looks like just bends in the road. And so we see that the different fatty acids have different bends in the road. And so not only do some have more and some have less, but some have a bend one way and some have a bend another way. And these are all fatty acids. Well, so fatty acids themselves is a family of fatty acids. So another generic term. So what's missing here is how do we differentiate between all of these fatty acids? So something is happening to bring the energy in, and in the process of bringing the energy in, it decides which way it's going to fold. And it has to fold because the amino acids cannot maintain their structure beyond the chain of 3. Once you get beyond that, then they fold over. So we see that these are all, in this case, 18 links in the chain. So they have to fold over. And they fold over along the way. But along the way, they fold again. So not only do we have a wave in the road, but then we have a bend in the road. So these are unaccounted for. And we know that there is a bend in the road because we saw with the pH change, the deflection of the DNA. The more unhealthy the terrain of the body, which is basically the pH of the blood serum in the body, we find that the flatter the DNA, and the flatter the DNA, the poorer the communication, and the poorer the communication, the more unhealthy, until you come to the point, well, there's no communication. That communication is severed. And so interestingly enough, when we take the DNA, it eventually gets into the cellular structure, and then the cells become bigger structures. And so we find that there's a tightening and in the twisting, and there's a coiling, and there's a tunneling. And so all of these energy packs are coming in. And so where are these energy packs coming from? Well, it's going back to this electron shearing. So we create hydrogen energy, and then we create a hydroxyl. And so that is an energy pack, and it's in motion. But it's not one energy pack. It's two energy packs, both of which are positive. But the charge in motion, one is positive and one is negative. And so we see that when we apply this to sugar energy, and we see that there's a hexagonal gravitational format and a pentagonal magnetical format of the sugar, and then there's a crossover of the interaction of the hydrogen and the hydroxyl. So since the hydrogen and hydroxyl split up, and the combination is a balance-seeking function. So it wants to balance off. So the hydrogen is seeking the hydroxyl on one side, and the hydrogen on the other side is seeking the hydroxyl on the first side. And in that process, there's a twisting. And since this is an ongoing process. In other words, there's energy in motion. So that means there's an on and off. And during that on and off period, there's a frequency, right? On and off is a frequency. Isn't that how computers work? So in that process, it causes this twisting. And at that point, the twisting continues. And at that point, the twisting continues. And at that point, the twisting continues. And so you get this roundness, you get this spiral, you get this tunneling, you get this shape. And so as we discussed some of the RNA history and how that it followed up the DNA history, and the thing about this is that these studies on viral RNA replication had to do with physicality. But nowhere was it discussed in terms of what facilitated the folding. But we did find out that the single folded polypeptide chain had to have different viruses in terms of their asymmetric structure. So when these three come together, there's no accounting as why they're different. It's just that when they come together, they have a different orientation. And because of that, we have multiple virus foldings. So if we understand that the points are negative and the flats are positive, and then we can see that clearly that when we bring them together, they don't always line up. So they have to move to accommodate, right? So there has to be a folding deviation. And in that process, they create a pattern. And then that pattern creates a subunit. And then that creates another pattern. And so it goes. And so it goes. So we find that when we're discussing the RNA to DNA paths, we find that different viruses affect our DNA. And if we look at our DNA as being physical, and if we look at the RNA as being physical, and then we look at the viruses as being a physical adaptation, and this is how allopathic medicine is aligned. We have the filterable bacteriologist and the non-filterable virologists, and this is the modern studying. And so we say that with the RNA is part of the feeding state, and the mRNA is part of the feedback state. And so our DNA is part of the mattergen state, which is spread from the RNA, but adapts to the mRNA because we have different environments on this planet. Some places are hot, some places are cold, some places are humid, and some places are arid. So we adapt accordingly. And in fact, we go beyond that. Some places people are dark skinned, and some places people are white skinned. And then we have different nationalities, and we have all these varieties. So when we talk about the basic DNA, the thing that we find is that the DNA is the same in all the cells in our body. But my DNA is not the same as your DNA. There is a difference. But the DNA in all the cells in our body are the same. So the DNA does not account for the folding because I have a right thumb and I have a left thumb and they're opposing. And I have a left lung and a right lung and a left foot and a right foot. And heads and toes. So There's no accounting for that in the DNA, is there? So somehow these things are folded, and so we need to have this viral difference, right? That's what it is. So we have to have this folding transmission. So in other words, once you have a structure of the folding, from then it continues. So it cannot occupy the same position. It has to move to another position. So the motion of folding remains, but the position changes. And once that is done, well, you can't go back. You have to carry on. So in this process, the folding creates the manifestation. And then from there, the additional folding creates a change in positioning. And so we can see how we can get the beginning of the rotation through the motion of folding positioning. And we still have the same 3 viruses. Well, that's fine for this folding, but it doesn't account for the fact that I have a liver and a heart and a brain and a nose and some toes and a spleen and all these other things. But that's another subject. What we have is we've solved a particular anomaly, and now we find that the transmission along the basis x-axis, we can have this motion through this sine wave. But when we start to look at the pH and how it goes up the stairway and gets higher and higher, we find that we can go higher within 1 pH because it's an order of magnitude. So we can go from 5 to 6 and come to the top. And then we come to that extreme level. And that's where our problem is. How do we get to 6? So we have to jump off. There is a gap, isn't there? Well, why would I want to jump off when I have a MAGRAV condition? I have a point of containment. I have a balance between the acidic level of 5 and the alkaline level of 9, 9 and 5 being 14. So I have to, in order to achieve this, I have to have this transition of the x-axis. But when I get to this higher energy level, I have these gaps. Gap between 5 and 6, a gap between 6 and 7, a gap between 7 and 8. Well, wait a second. How do I get across this gap? So at least we understand the folding deviation. We've resolved that because it's done by pH selection, right? So that gives you a standard deviation. So if you choose a pH of 5, you'll get an equal and opposite pH of 9. So therefore, the viruses are also generic. And so different viruses have different folding. And different folding creates different organs. So we have accounted for that deviation and resolved that, but we can't account for the energy required to do that. So let's look at this closer and see that if we see that the x-axis transition follows a path, each pH has the same path. Wait a second. That still doesn't account for the difference. So the thing about it is that if we're just working on the basic transmission on the ground, we have a straight line. But if we get up, we have these gaps, kind of like the rings of Saturn. We have these rings, but between the rings are gaps. So are we on a ring or are we in the gap, and how do we jump that gap? So do we have enough energy to do that? So we have to change the range. We have to have a range transition. But wait a second. The range is the same within the pH, isn't it? Because we have a splitting and we have a coming together. We decided that. And so the action of the splitting and coming together is pH specific. So in other words, if we have a splitting on the 5, we'll get a splitting on the 9. 9 and 5 is 14. It's not 6 and 8. Maybe we have to increase the range. Yeah. Maybe we have to see the unseen. We maybe have to see that there's something else that is causing a change. So when we say why is not the question, why is the answer. 5 is 5, 7 is 7, 8 is 8, that's why. So what causes that? There has to be another range of the transition that we're not taking into account. So we can account for a difference in pH, but we cannot account for bridging the gap. So when we say water is just water, well, water creation goes through various levels of transition. So in its liquid form, we have wave transmission. In its chemical form, we have pH transmission. But the water in its pH transmission gives off a hydrogen and becomes a negative charge and leaves a water which is positive. The negative gives, the positive takes. That's the negative charge principle. The energy can be flowing or it can be binding. So the charge is really just the direction. So when we're talking about energy packs, we have to talk about charge gradients or gradient charges. In other words, the difference in the gradient is the charge, but the gradient charge is the difference in strength. And so this affects the lifespan. And we see how it affects bacteria and viruses, where we find by changing the pH of the terrain, we not only can change bacteria from being aerobic to anaerobic, but we can also change bacteria to viruses. And Gastonasons did this 40 times in a row. And so we find that the bacteria is manifested through the aerobic or anaerobic interaction, etc., whereas the viruses depend on a host and can transmit from host to host if it's alive. So the host manifestation is due to the folding, causes energy depletion. So the host manifestation causes energy absorption. The creation of the host and its manifestation and the absorption of energy consumes energy, and that's why it gets depleted. And so the manifestation of the physicality is at the lowest energy level. Why? Because to arrive at that level, the energy was consumed. And then, of course, you have these extremes, this folding deviation, where the deviation can lead to degeneration on one side, or the repulsion can end up being revulsion. both extremes, but not the same. One is magnetical, which lacks absorption, and one is gravitational, which becomes more gravitational through the folding decay. So how do we undo that? So we have to have a range transition modification, because that supersedes genetic modification, you see. So that becomes a conditional effect, but an unconditional targets. Let me paraphrase that. The soul regulates all the cells in the body, whether it's the heart, the brain, the nose, or the toes. It doesn't play favorites. It gives unconditionally. The sun does the same thing. It shines on everybody. It shines on all the plants. It shines on the earth unconditionally. So when we look at our feedback summary, we find that we're dependent on sound, light, heat, pressure, fascinated by the luster, contributes to the superficiality. And then we see that we have this laminar containment and gaps in between. And so this transmission has to go through a dimension of transition, because someplace we see something and someplace we don't. And we are feedback dominant. And that dominance is extended by man-made range deviation, where we forget the creation made. And so we rest on this potentiation of fear. And we see that the terrorist fearing is man-made, and the God fearing is God-made. Two extremes. It doesn't work. It's an anomaly. So if our wish is for freedom, love, and world peace, we have to do it the way the creation does it, with freedom, love, and world peace. Or freedom, love, and universal peace. So it's not God-fearing, it's God-made, because God-made is fearless, it's complex, it's stable, and it's gravitational. And in order to maintain its stability, and in order to be able to move, it has to have a magnetical characteristic. And so it has to be able to give. And you have to give in order to receive. And so there's a giving and taking and a giving and taking. This is all part of the transmission spectrum. But there's a non-visible viral spectrum orbital. And what we see is the transition of visible transmission spectrums. And so each level has a gap, and there's a spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. So what we see is this surface superficiality, and what we don't see is this internal substance. This internal substance is the plasma substrate of the physical substance, this point of containment. And whatever that point of containment, there's always one step beyond in either direction. So none of this accounts for being able to take one step beyond. It's just there. What we're focused on is our feedback and our point of containment. And what we don't understand is that in order to have this transmission within our field, this communication antenna that we have has to stay within this range transition. And in order to stay within that transition, we have to understand that the binding energy has to be released, and that precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. So in other words, it's not that we discard, it's just that we give the energy that we don't need and retrieve the energy that we do need, understanding that the energy that we do need comes from some other field that is releasing the binding energy that it doesn't need. In other words, the field release precedes the field capture, the giving precedes the taking, and the emission precedes the absorption. And it is this activity which causes motion. Motion cannot exist without the coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. So, are we plasma dominant or are we physical dominant? So we have to tune our plasma dominance because that precedes our physical dominance and hence our tuning. So when we discuss range transition, we have to discuss that by nearness and proximity and not distance. You don't measure nearness and proximity by distance. You only measure the speed by distance. So when we're looking at these dimension orbitals, you know, we say that, oh, the world revolves around you. Well, no, we are not man-space centric. And we used to be Earth-space centric. Well, we're not Earth-space centric either. And some civilizations said, well, we were sun-space centric. Well, there's debate on that as well. What we do know is that the containment of the dimension is dimension-centric. And so proximity to that dimension is dimension-centric. And the nature of pressure in that proximity is dimension-centric. But 3 transmission dimensions are required. And so when you have a capability of transmitting, then the question is, what's the message? And how is that message contained? And which transmission dimension is in the folding deviation? So we find that the accountability is range transition centric. The accountability includes what you have and what you can see and what you have and you can't see. Understanding that whether you can see it or not, you have it. And so the accountability has to stay within that range. You have to take all of that into account. Now you understand the work of the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Units. We're talking about food energy delivery, drug energy delivery, addiction energy delivery. This is the message delivery by a messenger, energy delivery by transmission selection. And this selection delivery is done without intermediaries, through standard folding deviation, the way it was intended. It changes the range transition criteria, expands it, and is including and inclusive of the visible and non-visible energy fields, which account for the difference between things that we see that are man-made or understanding the role of man in the whole picture. And it's the same difference like we see between the vertical enhancement units and the horizontal enhancement units. So what is our target? We have to practice. We have to be sharpshooters to understand that the difference between materialization and dematerialization, which is actually the reality dimension, is a balance between the gravitational and magnetical field forces. And so those forces take us from all different levels, from the Earth space gravitational forces to that magnetical subspace which is also gravitational because it's seeking the balance and is drawing the magnetical forces. So this is what we give. And in the process of giving, then what do we take? Well, we have to take these forces that are coming from outer space. So we better be practicing our target shooting and understand that the matter plasma dimensions are either in the physical state or in the plasmatic state, but they work together. The plasmatic state is doing the feeding, the physical state is the feedback. So if you want to know how well you're doing, well, sure, we'll look at the feedback, analyze it, and say, things are not going the way I planned. Well, you have to change what you're doing, or you have to change the plan. Maybe you're not listening to the soul plan. Maybe we are too feedback dominant. So get that antenna fixed. Understand the message feeding manifestation and how it relates to the message feedback manifestation. This facilitates the transmission tuning and transition. So we understand that the selection of one is balanced by the forced selection of another, and the resulting selections feed manifestation. And the selection manifestation is predetermined by selected choices of intention. Oh, who did the intending? And when did you make these choices? And when did you decide to stop following that path? So we find that this range transition affects our standard folding deviation, doesn't it? So now we understand why the Keshe Foundation has launched the first Keshe Space Plasma Research Teams program, because we're just beginning to understand that the way we operate on this planet is not the way the universe operates. Except that life is for learning. And so now, being in the post-March 15th, 2024 era of choices, we have a new selection process. And so we can understand that bountiful space we call Earth space, and that transmutation of space we call outer space. And that is only possible to have heaven on earth and understand the process of the universe by helping our graceful inner space and understanding the greater oneness, as we've tried for 537 weeks in a row in the Knowledge Seekers workshops to explain how we transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because the plasma science is of a higher energy state than the nuclear science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. We need a world peace treaty because that's how we get to have the new technology. We have to sign it, and sign it meaningfully with a pen, with our intention, with our soul, and with honor. So is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? You bet. And can man find heaven through the field transition? You bet. Can man go into outer space without any slip-ups? We need to practice some more. To mind the orbitals of the three dimensions of truth, but staying within range of standard deviation. We select the specific message range of transition in various physical transmission dimensions. And that's why the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on earth. what else is there to do? So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this lesson. Thank you very much for allowing me to present. Back to you, Mark.
And thank you, Alex, for your continued sharing of the knowledge. Let's see if there's anyone in the participants who would like to ask a question or make a comment or take an exception to perhaps what Alex is saying here. I'm fully not getting the, if you pick a 9, you have to have a 5, but we'll save that for another point, perhaps in the discussion. Interesting, Mr. Keshe has said that you'll find viruses in space, or what he referred to as energy packs, but he said you won't find any bacteria in space. So how come we find energy packs within our universe, within our body, and we know we have a better vacuum condition than outer space, or pretty much similar to that? How come the bacteria can live within our universe, but they can't live within the greater universe? If that is something you'd like to address.
What a brilliant question. So getting back to the pH scale.
Oh, do you have to go there? No, I do need to understand this, Alex. I'm really not picking up as much as I should on this pH, but go ahead and please continue.
Alkalinity is aerobic because it's loaded with oxygen. Acidity is anaerobic. If the hydrogen leaves, the oxygen has to leave. Because in order to create water, you need both. So if you remove the one, you remove the other. It has to be. It's like a horse and carriage, you know, they go together. Like love and marriage, you know. You have to have it. So how much do you have? Well, if it's a pH of 14, you have a lot. You have a high potential. But if it's pH of 1, well, you don't have much at all. And so when we look at the nanocoating process, it's highly alkaline. We're using a sodium hydroxide, which is a pH of 14. But if you're digesting food, you have oxalic acid, which is around a pH of 1.4 or something like that, which is extremely acidic, and it's inside your stomach. When you understand that soft drinks, you know, have a pH of 2.4, and you know, we joke about it, it'll peel the paint off your car. Well, if it'll peel the paint off your car, would you want to drink that? Well, a lot of people do, and they like the fizziness. Well, what's happening with the fizziness? Well, the fizziness is the release of hydrogen. So that's what it causes the acidity, 2.4, which is an order of magnitude higher than oxalic acid. So does the drinking of soda pop help you digest food? Well, if you have an acidic condition in your stomach, then why would you secrete the enzymes to create an acidic condition in your stomach? What you're going to want to do is to create an alkaline situation in your stomach to offset, aren't you? To balance it off, to balance off the pH. So why do we secrete oxalic acid in our stomach? To balance off the food that we're eating. That food that we're eating is in a highly gravitational state. So we want to break it down into a magnetical state that we can absorb plasmatically into our body. When we absorb that into our body, then if you're eating cow meat, you don't have any organs in your body that resemble any part of the cow. So we have to convert the cow meat energy into man meat energy, if you will. And so if you understand that process and what we discussed last week, what is the difference between cow milk and mother's milk? Well, the notion that mother's milk is bad for children and cow's milk is good is really strange. So, you know, we have to understand that the energy in one format is tuned to that format. And so when we use something in its wrong context, then, you know, don't be surprised when it doesn't work in an optimal level. So this is where we insist on doing something that is against, shall we say, normal procedures. So we have to be able to understand how energy is exchanged, and if that energy that we are presented with is not suitable, then we either have to discard it or we have to change it, or a combination of both. So, you know, you have a loaf of bread, but it's in the form of a dough. You put it in the oven and you bake it, and now it's bread, and now it's delicious. What have you done? You've imparted more energy and changed the nature of that dough. So this is just what it is the exchange of energy. That energy that was in the oven went somewhere. It was consumed. And so we've seen not only did it go into the bread, but there was a yeast in the bread. And so the dough changed its shape, changed its shape. It went from being a fat blob to being a nice fluffy bread. Why? Because of the yeast. It was part of the fermentation process. The fermentation process is a manifestation of the bacteria, and it has to decide if it's going to be aerobic or anaerobic. And that is the criteria. So it's hinged on oxygen. Oxygen is a manifestation of the gravitational field forces of this planet. That's why. So you'll see the bacteria here in that format. Without this oxygen, it is strictly viral. And when it's viral, you can transmute. How's that for an answer?
Long and cumbersome for me. I wanted a short and sweet answer. But what about the bacteria? Addressing that question about why can it survive, can't survive in the universe, which is in a vacuum condition, but it can survive in our universe within our structure, even though that's also.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's because of the oxygen. The criteria for the manifestation of bacteria is oxygen dependent. See, while we're processing that food, it's the bacteria that facilitates the breakdown of that food. And the bacteria facilitates our living, okay, because it's aerobic. The moment we die, we become anaerobic, okay? We stop breathing, we stop producing oxygen within our body. So that bacteria then becomes anaerobic. And that is the same bacteria that used to be aerobic. It now just changed its personality. So instead of working to keep you alive, then it decomposes you. And as I mentioned before, you know, roadkill on the highway before the cleanup crews pick it up will disintegrate in 9 days. Why? Because the aerobic bacteria becomes anaerobic. And so instead of life-giving, it eats the protein of the body and dissolves it completely. What happens to the bacteria at that point? Well, it just disintegrates. It completely depletes its energy because it no longer is fed. See, the whole purpose of the bacteria is as a digestion. So if it has nothing to digest, then it doesn't exist anymore. So it's all hinged on the oxygen, and its personality is determined according to that. So it'll provide life or it'll decompose the physicality, and then it'll fulfill its functionality. And at that point, it has to leave, and it leaves in the form of the virus, which is the original source. We don't have oxygen in space. We don't have oxygen in between space, and we don't have oxygen in outer space. We only have energy. So without oxygen, we don't have bacteria.
Okay, I think I'm understanding that. Thank you.
You cannot have bacteria without oxygen.
Okay. So when Mr. Keshe says we don't need to breathe, which you can provide the fields of oxygen and you'd absorb it, but it would still go into your body and the bacteria would still have access to it.
In the physicality.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. So even if you weren't breathing and just absorbing from the fields, the bacteria would still be able to survive. And as you say, we need it. The intestine is full of all kinds of flora, as they say.
Precisely.
Oh, okie dokie.
I think you're getting it, Mark.
Yeah, well, hopefully this century. We still have a lot of time to go, so I may be able to absorb more by the end of it. Anyone else want to raise a question or make a comment or take exception? As I said, this creates a point of creation when we have two fields sort of rubbing against each other.
Do you remember when, do you remember Popeye the Sailor, the cartoon?
Uh-huh.
He ate spinach and
He
you
did.
saw when yeah, and you saw the energy go into his arms. I envisioned the spinach going into his arms and giving him energy. So, you know, I'd eat my spinach.
Yeah,
But then
he must have been paid by the food companies or something.
okay, well, that's another subject. But,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
I cut myself and my blood was red. And I thought, well, wait a second, I'm eating this spinach and it's giving me energy. How come my blood is red and not green? Okay, because even though I was a kid, you know, I couldn't resolve that anomaly, but, you know, I knew very well that, you know, despite the color of the spinach, my blood was of a different color. I just, you know, I would ask people the question, and of course, they would kind of look at me like I was crazy just because they didn't have an answer. So I was stupid for asking the question. You know, they weren't stupid for not being able to answer the question, but I mean, you ask scientists the same reason, you know, and so one of the reasons is because of the iron, and when the iron comes in contact with the oxygen, then it turns red. Yeah, but what about the spinach? What happened to the spinach? It was green. What happened to that? What about chocolate cake? How come if I eat chocolate cake, my blood is not chocolate? You know, or vanilla ice cream, or cherry cheesecake. Are you getting hungry? You know, you eat all these foods and the blood is still red. It's always the same color. It just, you know, what changes color? Well, urine changes color. Oh, what causes that? So we find that the color of the urine reflects what is in the urine and what is, shall we say, created or what is discarded, isn't it? So I've seen every color of my urine, everything from a kind of a dark to almost a clear.
Mhm.
And you know what? It was definitely a reflection of my health.
Have you paused?
Yeah, I paused. I was just waiting for you to make another dramatic statement.
He was having a piece of cheesecake to change his blood.
All righty. Anyone else with a question? Maybe we can have some
To
good
something
questions. Yes.
that Alex said earlier in one of his diagrams about the DNA, and it's changing its shape as the acidity level gets higher and higher and higher and higher in the blood. The skin turns gray because the fungus that's inside the body that's literally eating itself is literally taking your life force energy away. Would you not agree?
Alex?
Well, I agree. I agree. So the more alkaline the terrain in your body is, the more anaerobic it is. And you know, when you're anaerobic, that bacteria has now changed. Instead of keeping you alive, it is now consuming you. Okay, well, there's a statement. The bacteria consumes the food that you eat in an aerobic alkaline state, but you can't digest the food that you eat when you're in an anaerobic state. So the bacteria then consumes you, digests you. What was astounding to me was, first of all, this relationship of the DNA transcription. So the actual wave. So clearly, I think you can see that when you're in an alkaline state, you have more waves per inch, let's say, by distance. So you have a higher frequency, don't you? So, you know, the healthy state has a higher frequency than the dead state. The dead state is flatlining, so there's no frequency. What is outstanding is that this range is from a pH of 7.3 to 7.46. In that case, and we're talking about the blood, above 7 is alkaline. So even though at 7.3, we could be slightly alkaline, as far as the blood is concerned, it's highly acidic. And that is related to the production of energy. And so when we talk about energy, we have to talk about sugar.
Mr. Keshe called it salinity. We can change the salinity. I don't see how that's connected to pH, or is he using salinity as a word for pH?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Because the range for the healthy blood serum is in the mid sevens, but the range for the body goes from 1 to 14.
Yeah, and isn't that interesting? I used to be in the laundry business, and the final process in laundering, I mean, commercial type things, it doesn't matter your home as well. But you want to use a sour, what they call an acidic end result mixed in with your softener. And because if you put the wide range indicator on your skin, your outer layer of your skin, you'll see it's about a 5.5 pH. And when you don't rinse out all the alkalinity that you're using in washing, most detergents have some, you have an interaction between the higher pH in the linen and the lower pH on the skin. You get that like little bugs are biting you or something. You're getting that itching. And this is why, especially in a hospital situation, you want to have the linen because it's in contact with the skin so much. You're laying on the sheets and the rest of it. But you're ending up with an acid condition. And if you were alkaline, why would the skin appear to be a 5.5 pH on the outer layer? And you can, anyone can take a wide range indicator and just drop a couple drops, and you'll see you'll come up with an orange, I'd say orange color, probably 9.9 out of 10 times. Just another one of these little anomalies.
No, it's a perfectly good question, and the perfectly good answer is that inside your body you are alkaline. So the outside of your body, which is highly physical, is acidic.
And that doesn't account for the 50,000 different kinds of bacteria living on the outside of your skin either.
Well, each one, it's an order of magnitude. Okay, it's a logarithmic scale. Just a change in 3 decimal places on the logarithmic scale is a radical change. So each bacteria lives within its own range. See, for instance, why does it take 6 weeks to generate the beneficial bacteria within a body of water? Okay, because one bacteria becomes a precursor for another bacteria. Well, so what do you mean by it becomes a precursor? Well, because once you create that one bacteria, then the next bacteria goes from there. So if you remember this slide, once you have created this bacteria, which is a physical manifestation, now the next bacteria can no longer assume that position. And that bacteria is a direct descendant of the viral positioning. So by changing the viral positioning, you're now changing the bacteria. So the next bacteria then actually consumes the first bacteria. So it actually gets rid of that bacteria and becomes another bacteria. Now that you've created a new position, now you've created the environment to attract another bacteria. So the virus hasn't changed, it's just the viral positioning has changed and the bacteria manifests itself differently. If there's a positioning change, then there's a bacteria change. And so you have to go through these many levels. So one of the things that is necessary for methane production, of course, in terms of the physical decomposition, say of a landfill, and then if you've seen a landfill, you know that they have these chimney stacks where the hydrogen is emitted up the chimney, and the people who tend to the landfill have to make sure that the flame is lit, because otherwise you would create an explosive condition. So the methane gas is continually being produced inside the landfill. And what is that? Well, that's a decomposition of the landfill, which is facilitated by the bacteria, right? So there is no aerobic creation. What are you creating? Well, you're creating CH4. Oh, there's no oxygen there. It's all hydrogen. The decomposition of the landfill is all hydrogen, and the oxygen gets released. So it's anaerobic. The whole digestion process is anaerobic. So they have to maintain that flame. The thing that is astounding to me, or the learning from the knowledge seekers workshops for me was that this hydrogen or methane, if you will, that is being burned off is in a physical state because there's a physical flame. There is a plasmatic hydrogen. And we know that because we can create the GANs of methane. And the methane is in the plasma state of a higher energy level. So at that point in time, it isn't just that you don't go from solid to liquid to gas to GANs. That's not what happens. These are all different energy states. So you go from physicality to monatomic, or you go atomic, monatomic to GANs to plasma state. So we find that even though the GANs is in a plasma state, we don't digest the GANs, okay, because it's too strong and it's physical. We have GANs in our bodies, so don't eat the GANs. We use the GANs to create the energy. We eat the food, which is a lower energy, interact with the GANs to create the higher energy that we need for life. And how much higher do we need? Well, you compare the energy that's inside a hamburger and compare the energy of 18 Hiroshima bombs, and you know the difference. Many, many orders of magnitude. So we take in nature 6 weeks to produce the beneficial bacteria to create an aerobic condition in the water so that plants can live, fish can live. So if you want to have a garden in your backyard, unless you seed it with beneficial bacteria, it'll take you naturally about 6 weeks to develop the beneficial bacteria because one bacteria is a precursor for the next. Okay, well, that's fine. So how long does it take to produce methane? Well, it takes a while. You put it in a landfill and you can take it and produce it for a while. So I worked for an organization that was able to produce it in 5 hours. And the reason we were able to produce it because we developed an ideal environment for bacteria. It didn't take 6 weeks. We produced it in 5 hours. So when Mr. Keshe says that he can produce a methane generator with gas on demand, yeah, I believe him.
And what a gift to the Chinese government. You would think the smaller governments would have picked up on it and started using it immediately because, as I said, they spent $20 billion in 4 months or something on purchasing methane from other countries. You would think that this is, maybe it is under consideration. But a smaller government would say, wow, we can power the entire country. Of course, as Mr. Keshe said, it was more a space fuel than for burning, but I think we can still burn it as well. This seems to be what the generator is all about, an electric generator powered by the methane gas created out of the fields.
The creation of that energy is a burning, so it's at the lowest energy level. It's when we use the methane at the higher energy level, then that becomes part of the spaceship program. But you know, getting back to your point with respect to China, the method that they use to create energy is affecting the health of the population. So there's an astronomical penalty on the health of the Chinese population.
You mean the coal and the other?
They are the worst polluters in the world. Okay, so they have the highest requirement, regardless of what our fearless leader says. The Canadians are the worst polluters. We are declared the worst polluters in the world so that we could pay the highest in carbon
I've
credit.
never heard that. Never
Yes,
heard
we
that.
Yeah, Canada is the worst. We have the highest carbon footprint of any nation in the world.
With such a meager population.
Well, because of the mathematical figures are skewed, right? You have a big country with a small population, so whatever our carbon footprint is on a per capita basis, it is massive.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know, they don't explain how they arrive at the figure. They just say, well, because Canada is such a massive polluter, then we as the taxpayers have to pay at the gas pumps for carbon tax. That's as political as I'm going to get.
Anyone else want to make a statement or bring a comment? Ed, if you're here, I don't know if you want to explain that CH4 the way you explained it to me earlier. Mr. Keshe's statement at the Sanya conference about the space fuel. He may not be able to open his mic, no problem. I think it's the cosmic rays that we don't understand fully, which is part of the limiting factor, Alex, for us developing any sort of devices. I think this is a key. As he said, there's secret technologies or technologies that we're not aware of yet, and this is why some of their systems work and our systems don't seem to work as well. A far cry in a way, because we haven't understood the work of the cosmic rays or these creator rays, these energies.
Well, so you have to understand that you absorb what you are. You and I are different. So the energy that you absorb is different. The energy coming with the cosmic rays is unconditional. You're the one who decides. You're the condition seeker. And in the universal order of things, it's seeking balance.
Okay, well, you mentioned about the soul, and we're all carrying all the knowledge. I've decided my soul, I'm asking my soul to reveal more knowledge to me or enlightenment, but you know, why does it have to be put into that position in a way? I know it has its own life, a secret life, and the rest of it doesn't need the physicality to exist. But why, you would think, if it's such a giver, it would communicate somehow through emotions or feelings or whatever, some of this knowledge to the physicality without even hiding itself from the physicality. I mean, we agreed with the religions and everything like that. The soul was somewhere out there, maybe in the Eastern persuasions. They had a different view. They went inside, but why does the soul seem to be so elusive in a way? Even to the point that you don't even want to bring it up in mixed company. What could you possibly know about the soul? Nobody understands it. But why is it in a way hiding itself? Or is it not hiding itself from our awareness in the physicality of its existence? And as Mr. Keshe said, the physicality follows the totality, which the soul is. So how can we open this knowledge up, since we're carrying it all? Again, maybe the thinking good, speaking good, and doing good is part of the prerequisite to getting the soul to share some of this understanding.
You're amazing. You're amazing.
No, I'm Mark.
You ask 3 questions and you answer 4. That's you know, I really don't know what to say, except that this. So, you are a product of the creator. Agreed? Hello, Mark. Are you a product of the
Yes.
creator? Or are you a product?
Yeah. Is the physicality a product of the creator, or is the soul the product of the creator?
Well, yeah, but by extension. Okay, by
Okay,
extension.
let's say the whole kit and
Yeah,
caboodle.
you, Mark. Yeah, you, the kit and the caboodle called Mark. Okay, you're the product of the creator, right? So everybody on this panel is the product of the creator. Do you agree with that statement?
Oh, everything. Yes.
Okay, so do you think the creator is playing favorites?
I highly doubt that. Although man
Oh,
has been chosen, and the universal community is a little bit envious that we've been gifted this knowledge of transmutation. So is the creator playing favorites there?
it all has to do with nearness and proximity, Mark. We are in a position of nearness and proximity that they are not. How about that?
So you say.
Okay, well, the point of the matter is, Mark, is that whatever you're wishing for in that regard is only one part of what the creator is giving. So the other 8 billion on this planet have to wish for the same thing because they make up the other parts of the whole. You're 1/8 billionth.
So this is the story or the theory about the collective awareness rising
Right.
up to the occasion.
Right.
And when that tipping point happens, we'll all become more enlightened, let's say.
Well,
We'll,
we've hit
we'll
that
attract
tipping point.
higher level energies to the planet, and that will enlighten us, perhaps.
We've hit the tipping point. We're past the tipping point. Because look at what's happened around. Look at the comments that people are making. I don't know what's going on, but I can feel something in the air. Well, you didn't hear that before, you know. No one would talk about that, you know. It's just that you get this strange feeling and you don't know why. So then as you look, you know, if you're a researcher, you don't ever want to find that out because you're a career researcher. So right away, you know, you put a blockage in. But the rest of us, you know, we don't care about that. We don't have to guard our position. You know, we don't have to say, well, you know, this is me and this is who I am. And, you know, if we change, you know, I'm going to lose everything that I am. There are a few people who are going to lose everything, and they're in the severe minority. The rest of us, well, relation wise, relatively speaking, we don't have, you know, the same amount. So, what do they say that 99% of the Earth's wealth is retained by 1% of the population? Say something extreme like that, right?
Mhm, mhm.
So the rest of us are part of that 99%. And regardless of how much money we have, and this is what I tell people, you know, especially people who are freaks in health food and stuff like that, and they say, "Oh, I want to eat healthy. I want to eat healthy." Well, there is not a single store in my community that you can go and buy healthy food. Doesn't exist. So if a store doesn't exist, then you don't have enough money to buy healthy food. Okay? So now you're faced with the prospect, you either eat or don't eat. So don't tell me you know how carefully you're reading the label. Okay, it doesn't matter what's on the label because no one's checking, you know. So eat the food you like the food you eat, and take the energy that you need and give the rest. That's how we do it. If we don't do it that way, then you will not be able to function in this society. Because if you wanted to, limit yourself to, I'm only going to deal with people who talk good, think good, and do good, you could end up being very lonely. You could end up like a lot of these mass murderers who want to go into outer space. Everyone can see the soul, and they will know who you are. You can't lie, cheat, or steal. So they will avoid you. They won't fight you. They'll just avoid you, because the universe is a peaceful, benevolent place. And if you're not a peaceful, benevolent person, you cannot engage with the universe. So there's the penalty. They say, well, okay, I don't want that. I'm just going to stay here and I'm going to make life miserable for everybody else. Well, we've crossed that tipping point. Okay. We now have our intention as directed from the Creator to create heaven on earth. And so please rest assured that we will.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I do agree with you. But again, it may not come in my generation, perhaps. We may
No, it will.
just,
It will. Absolutely.
I mean, the list is just phenomenal about retrofitting the Tesla cars, the wellness centers, the remote feeding, the CH4, converting amino acids, cosmic ray material, gold amino acids, material enhancement. I mean, the list keeps growing. I think he added on agriculture improvements. And now I'm going to, at the end, they're about 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute clip about this. He wants it in the hand of every woman in the next handful of months. He said this ability to deal with a breast situation, perhaps. So these gifts are just phenomenal. And the list is building and building and building. And there's probably many things in the background we're not even aware of at this point in time. The vertical units and solving the situation for the beautiful people. I mean, the list is getting quite long.
Yeah, but you're looking at the magnetical aspects. You have to look at the core issue. The core issue is understanding the technology and understanding that your essence is yours, and your essence came from the Creator. So once you understand that, once you have an orientation, then everything else follows. So you don't need to know everything. You just need to understand the rules of the game.
Or I need to know it when I need it.
Well, you will know what you need.
As he said, with the technology, you don't need it all the time. You use it when you do need it. You get burned, you spray the CO2. You have a corona type problem, you make a cup. But you don't need it all the time. This is what he seemed to be indicating. You use it when you need it.
Well, you don't see people walking around with a feed bag, okay? You're not, well, you can go without eating for the duration of time, okay? So
sure.
it's not a matter, you say, well, I don't have food. Oh, well, I don't have food at this time, but what are you doing in the meantime? So if your energy dependency is directly related to the food, then you're only getting the energy when you eat the food. And then in between, when you're getting the food, you're not getting the energy? Well, how do you move? How do you even sit? How do you think? How do you talk? Of course, you're getting the energy. So once you realize that, oh, you know what? I'm getting energy all the time. So it's just sometimes I can get more or I can get less energy. But interestingly enough, one of the things that I find now, because I used to eat 3 meals a day, I only eat 1 meal a day. I maybe munch on something, during the course of the day, but it's significantly less than what it was before. So I'm saying my food intake is down about 70%. And so when I do eat, then the opposite happens. I consume a lot of energy to eat that food. Now, so wait a second, I'm eating food because I need energy, and yet I'm depleting the energy in digesting the food. So what does that tell you? It tells you that I'm eating food as a habit. It's like smoking or
That's
drinking.
true. Yeah,
It's a
that's
habit.
true. I think he said you take in 2,500 calories, you're using 1,000 to 1,500 calories to convert it. So you're getting
Yeah.
much less out of it than you really think you are.
So I think I'm at the point now where uh, might it be possible, to go down to 80%, less. Uh, the problem that I'm facing, and this is my confession, is that I miss the enjoyment I get from eating food. I mean, you look at I was never a very good cook. And I told a story. My one grandmother was a fantastic cook. And, if you didn't like eating, man, if she was cooking, you'd quit your fast. You'd quit your fast really fast. You'd be wolfing it down because the food was fantastic. Whereas the other grandmother, she was a horrible cook, and if I was living in that family and she was cooking, I would give up eating. So honestly, it would be horrible. And say, like, why aren't you eating? Well, have you tasted the food? It's horrible. So why do you think people eat out? Why do you think people go to these food chains? Because of the nutrition? I doubt it. I sincerely doubt there's nutrition. Why do they spend millions of dollars in their kitchens trying to figure out a food that'll make it more attractive for you to eat?
Yeah, I think they're playing on your taste buds rather than your health.
Yeah, I made the mistake. I was living in a town that had a major meat producer, and a lot of friends who worked there. And there was this restaurant, and I like going there. I liked the meat. It was simulation beef, so beef on a bun and that type of stuff, and it was relatively cheap, and that's something that I needed at that time. So I was telling my friends, about that food, and they said, well, when we have a Christmas party, we bring out all the meat products that the factory produces, and we produce the meat that goes to this restaurant chain. And that's the only food out of all the food that's on the table, and there's like hundreds of different varieties of meat that they produce. This is the only one that nobody buys. I mean, it had a desirability index below hot dogs, which kind of figures because I liked hot dogs. But, don't tell me what's in them because so I finally cured myself. I
30% water, 30% salt, and whatever the rest is.
God knows. God knows. Yeah. Well, there's a company here that produces dog food that you don't know what is in there. And you know, it's a crime, but we allow it. So the checks and balances that we have in our life have also been compromised. So that has to change. And who does the checks and balances? So we are the ones who are the chosen ones, and we are the ones who do the choosing. And so there are things that we can have control over and things that we cannot. So we need to stay within our range. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is act good, think good, and do good. Very simple.
Well, you're
Okay.
doing quite well with that sort of reduction. And I would imagine if you had access, if the Keshe Foundation offered a feeding program once, twice, or three times, or four times a week, or wherever you felt hungry, I think you'd probably cover most of the 20% we're short of.
Sure, and then I would adapt, wouldn't I?
Yep.
I would adapt to the new way of energy absorption, new to me anyway. So I would adapt to that and stop doing the other thing, you know. So it's the same with you know, the essential nutrients that we have as a baby. There's 11 essential nutrients and 10 as a child and 8 as an adult. So, you know, this is one of the reasons adults have trouble drinking milk, because milk on its own is an essential nutrient for a baby. So, but we don't need those essential nutrients as an adult. You know, say when you look at dehydroepiandrosterone, DHEA, the mother of all hormones,
Mhm.
you know, they say, you know, we have a depletion of DHEA, and it's true. When they measure, you know, your hormonal levels, we find that as we age, we have less and less, and so they blame, well, they credit the DHEA as the fountain of youth, if you will. But you know, the fact of the matter with hormones is they send signals that turn you on and off. So as a child, everything is growing, right? So everything needs to be turned on. But as an adult, you're not growing, you're maintaining. So you don't need to turn everything on. So you don't need to be flooded with DHEA. So what does that mean? That means the actual interpretation of the data is wrong. The amount of DHEA that we have is an overflow, is an abundance. And so what they're measuring is how much more there is than what we truly need. Whereas when we're adults, we only get what we need because we're just into the maintenance. And if we need more, it has to be then because we are consuming more, and we would be doing that by more physical activity through either exercise or through work. And so we consume more energy. But the hormonal structure would adapt accordingly, right? That's what the feedback in the physicality is all about. And so my point through this current series has been to emphasize our overdependence on the dominance of the feedback. We have to take into account the feeding. The feeding balances the feedback. That's the point. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to offer any questions? Add to the conversation? Join the
Yeah.
conversation? Who is it? Selena?
I was listening and I fall asleep a little bit.
That's okay. We all do. Your soul does not sleep. So the soul picked up the entire matter.
Yeah. Um, um, I, um, Talking about the feeding, I have a little bit confusion too. I try to understand how to live without eating. In my total life, like when I was young and to now, a lot of time I did eat a less, lot of time and a lot of time a lot. So when I used to eat less, I feel different things. Like I feel sleepy if I don't eat, and then it's not weak but lighter and sleepy, like not drowsy. It's different kinds of feelings. And then if I fall asleep that time, I can, if I try to woke up, I can. And that time I goes to places, different places. It's lighter places, maybe different dimension. I see a lot of stuff. I feel a lot of stuff. But in this place, in the now place, I can come back. So now I scare sometimes if I try to not to eat. I think if I go to bed or I go to sleep, and then I'm not gonna be come back in here. Maybe I will go different places.
But that's only 50%. As Mr. Keshe said to one of the knowledge seekers, you just can't stop eating. You have to bring in energy on the other side. And this is perhaps where we're lacking in understanding of how to do that. But it's just not the stopping of the eating. At the same time, you have to absorb more energies from the universe to compensate for that. And this is a trick, or what we need to understand more of, how to bring more of that in. And maybe the feeding systems will, again, ingrain that within your physicality to learn how to do that. It'll teach the soul, in a way, how to do that without eating. But you just can't, the stopping the eating does not make you automatically absorb more energies into your system, as I understand it. We have to somehow move in that direction where we not only reduce the eating, but increase the absorption of the energies.
Yeah, but
from the environment or from the universe, as I understand it at this point.
Yeah, but other thing is, if we go other dimension, I see there is no hunger, there is no food. I didn't feel hungry in other places. It's good feelings, it's light feelings, no hunger. So
I think we asked that question once. Did anyone ever eat while they were dreaming, or went for a meal while you're in a dream state? I think we might have got 1 or 2 yeses, but for the most part, out of 10, 8 no's. They never experienced food or eating in the dream. Have you, Selena?
yeah, I did in sleep. Yeah, but other, it is I did. If I see like earth kinds of condition, there is food, there is eating, but it lighter places, no food. You don't need to eat. So I don't know what to do, what, where. So I'm confused. And I know in the earth, whatever animal we are eating and what kinds of stuff we are eating us. Because I saw in myself in the slaughterhouse, in other body, other animal body, in the under the water, in the sky, in the clouds. So everything us, not other thing.
So we're eating the creator?
Yeah, we are recycling us different way. We are abusing, I always say, we are abusing us. Nothing else. I know I know that. If somebody say no, it is not, I don't believe, because I saw it, I feel it. It happened to me.
Right. As Alex said, all the energies come from the creator.
Yes, 100%.
Right. Alex said he's never dreamt of food. I never had a pizza in a dream or anything. I don't ever remember having any meals in any dreams. I don't know. But Selena has, as I said, I think about 2 out of 10 have said yes, they've had food in their dreams. But I don't remember eating anything in my dream, even if other people were eating. I do distinctly remember one dream that was like that. The others were at a picnic table in a way, or there were many tables in the room, but I was standing at the table, I wasn't eating.
I ate when it's the place like art, like normal, like here, then we eat. There is other place too. There is no hunger.
Did you ever dream of McDonald's in your dream, going through the drive-through?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
No, I haven't either. Okay, so much to learn, as Mr. Keshe said. I thought we'd, is there anyone else, or Selena, do you want to add more? Are there any things you'd like to share more with us?
Mm, uh, I don't want to say about the scary stuff.
Okay, good. Let's leave that then.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We're
do
trying
you want
to
to?
we're trying to add to the souls, not take away from them. But as we know, there's no bad knowledges. So however you feel about it is fine.
No, it's okay. I'm not gonna say about that. I can say the stuff I told to the Mr. Keshe, the teaching few weeks ago or month ago. I can tell that one. Do you want?
If you want.
Okay. That one. Okay. So I already told Mr. Keshe in the teaching maybe a month ago. It was like that. It was a dream. It was a dream. It's like a I saw somebody is a famous doctor. Two ladies, two middle-aged ladies, maybe 35 to 45 years old. Both are same age and very pretty, very professional dress. And in the rich people house, very big house, big living room, is like a very expensive stuff in there. The two lady is torturing the doctor, the famous doctor, and we know he is a very good doctor in regular life. So when I saw the torture,
The two ladies you said were torturing the doctor?
Yeah, the man.
Okay. Okay.
He's like he's very tall, very healthy. That man. We know a lot of us know, but I'm not gonna say the name. So very tall and very strong man. So I suddenly I was maybe meditation and then fall asleep, and when I saw that I get shocked and I scared. So and right away it took me whoever showing that scene to me, they took me to other places. When I was scared and shocked, I was just panic simply, and then they took me to the other places and the normal dream. I'm seeing now normal dream, and then few minutes later they brought me that scene again, and this time I am little bit okay. So I was trying to connect with those lady in my mind, and then I asked those lady, why you torturing that man? He is a good guy, and we know he is helping everybody. And they say, no, you don't know. People doesn't know. He is a very bad person, and he did a lot of bad stuff to his all children and women all his life. So he needs to be punished, and that those lady trying to punish him before killing him, how much he can get the pain. They did doing very bad stuff, very bad. I can take. So I feel their emotion, that lady there doesn't have any emotion. They're like a robot. They're saying we are doing our duty. And then I try to connect with the doctor, that man who is tied to the some kinds of chair, laying chair, those kinds of chair. Yeah. So I connect with him, and I say, why you are not asking forgiveness to them? And the doctor say, I know I did bad thing, and then they're not gonna excuse me or forgive me. They will give me punishment, whatever I did, and I will get the punishment. So and then
I sense you're of the Buddhist tradition. Yes? No?
No.
Okay, because I know I went to a Buddhist temple and they had this big, I don't know what you call it, like a drawing, but it was an embroidery actually. And they showed all these entities in the universe, and they all had different weapons. Some had knives, some had sticks, some had spears, and the rest of this. And I asked the one of the leaders there, I said, why do these people here in this dimension, you could see the clouds and they were in the clouds and the rest of it. And I said, why do they all have weapons? And she said to me, that's because when you do bad, they can hit you with it.
Now I'm going to say another different thing, but now I'm going to say first I finished that story. I think in future or sometimes maybe robotic type something will punish people. Maybe.
Yeah, I think we're away from punishment. We're more the change comes through the elevation of the soul, not the degrading of the soul. That's why all Mr. Keshe's devices are for elevation of the soul.
Yeah, we are. If we are stay in third dimension, we are not staying here. We are changing the. We are elevating ourselves or other people, so we can go other places, other level. But if we stay in here, so we have to suffer because third dimension. You know, people doesn't stay the same places. If I do good, I will. My level will be high. I won't see what is happening in here. I won't feel anything in here. Okay. That is the change.
Okay.
And it is my understanding about this.
Sure, we're all the captains of our own ship. And again, what's heaven to you may be hell to me, and vice versa.
Yeah.
This is the understanding. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna say I have a sword. It's round. It's like round. Two sided sword. In my I told before I used to save little people. Sometimes I tell before, right? 1-2 times, but I didn't explain everything. I have that time those kinds of fight. I had round sword, 2-sided sword. It is round, and I use those like a cartoon. Whatever you told me, like what is that? Buddhist
I wasn't
people.
there. I wasn't there.
No. So... You was talking about the Buddhist people, those people.
Yes,
they have a weapon.
Yes. With the big carpet. Yeah, and they all had weapons. I was like, what is this? And she says, oh, that's for when you do something wrong, they hit you with them or they poke you with them.
Yeah, that's why I told. It's funny. Yeah.
Okay, but we know there's no war in space and there's no killing in space, and I don't think there's any abuse. As Mr. Keshe said, the stronger entity never abuses a weaker entity, and this is the ethos of the universe.
Because they understand. If you are not peaceful, you can go there. When we are low level, we do stuff, but when we peaceful, we can do those kinds of stuff, and we go peacefully there, not like this level, this way. When I told you before, when I maybe getting the spaceship, that time my mind was totally peaceful, and it is not like the peaceful like here. It is different kinds of feeling. I can explain. It is totally, totally different. It is like a light air, very different thing. It is no language to explain. So when you
Yes.
go that level, how can you hurt other? No way.
Yeah. Yeah, he explained it as one time as the emotion of completeness,
Yeah.
where you don't need the money, you don't need the food, you don't need the house, you don't really need anything. You're just in the balanced fields of the soul of the existence.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Alex, I'm going to take the screen, if that's okay. And let's just bring up our closing windows here. And I want to thank everyone for being here. Alex, is there anything else you'd like to add, or Selena, or anyone else?
I'm done today.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Thank you all.
And even though the others don't quite understand the work we're doing, we're just pioneers. May you all be proud of the work you do. May you all be proud of the person you are, and may you all be proud of the difference you make. And of course, that's a beautiful elevating phrase in a way. And then, of course, we have the three kings, the three wise men, actually. And you should always carry these three wise men in your pocket or very close to you or within yourself, because you can use them in almost every situation you come into. The thinking good, the speaking good, and the doing good. And this creates a huge shield of protection, I think, around you, that not a lot of things can attach to you in the wrong way when you're thinking, speaking, and acting good. Even though it may be hard, even though you may feel that you're justified in saying a wrong word to someone or trying to bring their soul down a bit, even though you're just saying some words to them, it's all about adding to the soul and not taking away from another soul. And these three wise men have brought us gifts that most of us have missed. But now Mr. Keshe has opened that book, and we can confidently carry these three wise men with us wherever we go and whatever we do, whether it's here on this planet or traveling across the universe. And again, another, in a way, preconditioning for our new experiences in a way in the universe. So I just thought I'd share that. I did want to play the what Mr. Keshe mentioned about the calcium and the breast cancer and the rest of this. It's about a 10-minute clip, and then the final disclaimer will be played. Is there, and this is from the 537th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the one that was just delivered last Thursday. Are there any other comments, thoughts, questions, or something somebody wanted to bring up? And of course, keep in mind, you can raise funds or donate funds for others, whether it's to go into the transmutation session, whether it's to attend the next conference in Iran or Washington, or whether it's to help someone to get into the research centers. It doesn't have to be the whole amount. It can be a small amount. You can make a donation to the Keshe Foundation and designate it how you'd like it to be used. But if you have enough and you're willing to share with the others, please feel free to do that. Again, in the giving you receive, but you're not giving to receive, but it's just the process that happens. So I thought we'd bring that up. Again, this was Sanya in China, but that one is over, and the next one coming up maybe later this year or earlier next year, depending on how the authorities grant the permission to hold a conference in Isfahan. We'll have to see. But Washington will be following that one. So we'll have to wait and see what comes up or what's rattling in the next few months and so on for the next space traveler seminar. just as a reminder. I was just debating whether to play Keep Keshe Free for Humanity, Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, or the latest one. And I think I'll play this latest one. It's just a 10-minute clip. Again, Cancer and Cosmic Rays, a new approach. Anyone else have anything else they'd like to add or say? I want to thank you, Alex, for again being with us, guiding us through some of this difficult terrain. Of course, in the future, we'll probably look back and laugh and say, how come we didn't get it? How come it was so much trouble to work through all this knowledge? But we're gaining step by step, little by little. We're all growing into this understanding. And no one's above anyone else and no one's below anyone else. All the souls are equal, as I understand it. Again, any other comments? If not, we'll hear this 10-minute clip and then the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. But maybe the meeting never ends. Okay, I'm not hearing anyone. Then let's conclude with this 10-minute clip and the final disclaimer.
As I've said many times before, the present world of pharmaceutical has a big problem. It tries with chemotherapy to sort out the tumor. But it has not understood that tumor here is created through the emotion of the soul, the brain of the man. And that's why we see the cancer comes back. We call it metastasize. It doesn't metastasize. Impossibility. If you sort out the emotion, which is another part, which is connected to the universal field, is what we call evolutionary cancer. Part of this, that we want to evolve to become part of the other races in the universe. We have matured and we are on the way to that position. We have a point of reference. We are connected to that point of reference. And we are evolving to reach that point. Be it in lasting life, being in maturity of understanding the world of creation, we call it the science, or be it to be part of the dynamic structure of the creation. As I said before, we try to open the subject of the creation to cosmic rays, that you understand why and how. Is evolution in our life, which leads to some 10% of the cancers, is that we are trying to match, not to grow in one direction, but to match to another line which we have received as the information, as the knowledge through cosmic rays, that in entangling with the other, we try to match, we are getting fed, but we are feeding back something too. And as the body cannot process it, it gathers that energy in one position. That position becomes what we call a cancer point. How would our scientists, our physicians, our doctors, and everything else we have start to actually by testing the blood of the man, testing the physicality of the man, to tell the patient from day one, you have evolutionary cancer, you have accidental cancer, you have what we call emotional cancer. And by identifying it through the composition of the fields within the body of the man and through the emotion of the man, tell the patient, this we can do, this we cannot do, this is possibility. When the knowledge of man reaches to that point, then you can tell a person, we can 100% reverse your cancer. In a way, we understand the origin of it, the cause of it, the reason for it, and where we apply cosmic rays, where we bring the information which you cannot digest to untangle the energy balance you call it the cancer in your body of evolution side, where is converted by accident the energy into the matter condition of the cancer cell, we call it accidental, and where your own emotion has created your cancer. And which fields? Can we use cosmic rays for all three? Can we use combination of the all three? And then find answer to all. This is what the Keshe Foundation Wellness Centers now are under research and development. And we put out for what we call trials. Because we think our scientists have reached that point to be able to deliver the separation between the fields, understanding the cosmic rays, understanding the interaction and conversion of cosmic rays, and understanding the position of the matter state of cosmic rays. The way we saw the interaction of the field of the sun and the earth created a plasma that through the inertia of the earth, it converted to the matter state which showers on us. And then we saw how we converted that matter state into fields and energies and back to cosmic rays. The process has not been understood by the world of science of today. And we are teaching our scientists to gradually to move into that understanding. To understand each separately, understand the connection and conversion. I presume in next near future, Keshe Foundation, through its trials, which is announced this week, will see an end to the cycle of creation of these energy centers, conversion of the energy to matter, and then conversion of matter back to energy, but by understanding the totality. The womb of the mother takes calcium from the hip of the mother to have it ready for the child to be born, to become part of the bone structure of it, from crossing the skin of the child and creating the bone of the child. That goes conversion of the what we call plasma state of the calcium to is cosmic rays which enters the womb of the mother. Conversion of cosmic rays in the skin of the child converts through the field forces of the right strength to the bone of the child. Mother doesn't get pregnant, but the cosmic energy of the calcium from the hip of the mother is available within the womb of the mother. But it doesn't waste what is converted. It transfers this energy to where it's always set to be the seed of the nourishing that child if he would have been born. It transfers this calcium cosmic ray into the breast of the mother. If the mother goes through an emotion, this calcium will convert into milk. It will be added as a gans of the milk to the child. If the mother does not bear the child, this calcium field will stay within the breast of the mother, but never converts. Accidentally, mother gets hit by the breast, changes the field, and accidentally, she's diagnosed to have a breast cancer. Because the hit, that compact of the field changes in the breast, has created a condition of the transfer of the cosmic rays of the fields of the what we call calcium into matter state, become the seed of the calcium, but has nowhere to go because there's no way to leak this solid state out. But don't forget, this is a solid state in the matter condition. Then it becomes the seed of the cancer. Then we see the growth and the change of energy, cosmic rays, matter state to solid state by change of conversion, and then creation of cancer. If our scientists understand this, if our scientists go to the next step of the knowledge, they should be able to transfer this calcification within the breast of the mother back to the energy that within seconds there should be no seed of calcium, there should be no seed of cancer. And in a very near time, in collaboration with the Keshe Foundation, we will show you the system. I hope in a matter of handful of months, this technology will be available to every woman on this planet. Where now you go for mammography to take a picture of your breast. In the coming time, when you go for such a thing, when the doctors see the calcium seed, they see the point, what you call the breast cancer. By use of this new technology, the Keshe Foundation will be involved in production and manufacturing very soon. You will watch physically the seed to dissolve. We have reached that point of knowledge. And in collaboration with the organizations who have the systems, we will be marketing this very soon.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.